because there was, a finite bucket of money. There was a finite bucket of resources.
They felt like you were taking theirs,
We
and
were
you
taking
felt
theirs,
they were
yes.
taking yours.
They're trying to deliver, business enhancements and changes to the website, and we're trying to protect
This
it.
is not bottom line.
Yep, no. So I think it's vastly improved now.
Okay.
We really do have a partnership. We have, I think we're doing bi-weekly, I call them IT stakeholder meetings. So my team is meeting with the key representatives from the infrastructure, the delivery teams as I call them, the people responsible for the mitigation and the remediation of vulnerabilities.
So, there's also been changes on the IT side of the house, right? We've had the rise of DevOps, DevOps teams. We've had SREs. We've had platform engineering. I don't know how much of this stuff you guys have adopted over there, but we run DevOps.com and Security Boulevard and Cloud Native. So we see all of these trends, if you will, and frameworks and ways of doing it. And look, it brings more stakeholders to the table, and the more you have, the harder it is to find harmony, right?
Yep.
However, the flip side of that is you work more closely now with your chief risk officer and the risk folks. My issue as a longtime cyber guy is I can't quantify everything to dollars and cents.
Right.
And no matter how good my risk modeling is, when stuff happens, stuff happens.
It does.
And it may not even be because I did anything wrong. It's just stuff happens.
It does.
How do you guys kind of, dance around that pinhead?
Well, it's a classic thing, right? So what we've got is within the IT organization, we have the enterprise architecture team, and they manage the application portfolio for us, for instance. So within that application portfolio, there's the sense for what's the technical debt associated with a particular application, what is the financial criticality of that, and it's not dollars. We need to get there based on what I heard yesterday, but it's really just a simple number. This is very critical, it's not very critical. And then we have all the assets or servers that support those business applications. So we're able to look at it from a very focused on the vulnerabilities are on that server to, hey, line of business vice president, this application, which you think is super important, has got these vulnerabilities and are using these end-of-life softwares. And so it's really, that application portfolio has really been the way for us to facilitate conversation with the business areas and our risk team.
Sure. One of the things we've heard here over the last 2 days is for the CISO, the risk officer, it's one thing for him to talk to the cyber team or the IT team, about lowering risk or doing this, but at the board level and at the C-level table, they do want dollars.
Yep.
Right? They want it quantified down to the dollar, right? I've got $1 billion line of business. I've got 20% risk, and I could minimize that risk, moderate that risk, mitigate the risk by 10%.
Right.
So, $1 billion line of business, I mitigate it by 10%, that's $100 million I saved.
Yep.
Now, whether you believe I saved you the 100, it's like when my wife tells me she saves me money when she bought stuff on sale.
Exactly. I hear that too.
Yeah. But nevertheless, it is at least a hard number you can put your thumb on.
Yeah.
Are you guys moving towards that, you think? And with the Qualys True Risk, does it help you get there?
That a lot of lights went off in my head. It sounded like a whole bunch of mousetraps. You can hear the click, click, click. There was a lot of good stuff in the keynote yesterday and throughout the day. One of the things that and we need to move to that. And I think the True Risk, the enterprise True Risk model is going to be very good. One of the ways that today we're not there, one of the ways we are able to measure and report to the board is in cyber insurance cost, a premium reduction.
Yeah.
We come in here, we've got these good scores, we've got this, and that premium comes down. It's a lot of money.
Cyber insurance is a lot of money.
And that's very easy to quantify. It's like our premium was going to be here, we did this, we got it down by
there's no arguing.
200K, whatever, yeah.
And you know what? The flip side of that, though, is it gives these cyber... I was interviewing the guy who spoke yesterday, Mahesh Mulberry, I think it's called, right?
Yep.
It gives them an awful big stick to you guys or to any of their clients
Right.
to say, hey, you want this cyber insurance? You want a better rate, better policy premium?
Yep.
I need you to do this, and all of a sudden they're carrying the big stick
Right.
on what you have to do from a cyber perspective. And that, I don't know if people are realizing that yet, right?
No.
I mean, the government tries to put in regulations, you know, I'm from the government and I'm here to help kind of thing,
whatever.
right? But when the cyber insurance companies tell you this and they dangle that carrot too, the stick and the carrot, it's a 30% reduction in policy premium.
Yep.
It reminds me of why I got that little thing that I plug into my car to make sure I'm a safe driver so I get the better rate, right?
Yep.
Is that, I mean, that does it for you, right? That moves the needle.
That moves the needle, and it becomes their stick, but it also becomes our way of measure. And it becomes a key risk indicator for us. So whatever they're measuring, we can adopt and use. I don't know exactly what we're using for that, but I'm guessing our CISO knows because he reports on it. Yeah,
I'm sure.
So he's always in.
I mean, at some level, it almost doesn't make a difference what the tool is.
Right.
As long as you have something that.
Right.
Because, and as long as that's stable, right?
Right.
It's like going on a scale. Is that scale off 2 pounds? All right, if it's off the same 2 pounds every day, what difference does it really make, right? It's just, I'm measuring the diffs.
Yep.
So that's a great thing. So this is your first QSC.
Yes, sir.
Beyond what we spoke about, and you were lucky enough to present, and congratulations. What else have you gotten out of this? I mean, peer-to-peer kind of thing?
Yeah, it's been a lot of very smart people are here, both from Qualys and from a customer basis, and it's been interesting to compare notes with other people that are managing vulnerability management teams. But like I said, some of the subject matter experts I've talked with Qualys have just been out of this world. I mean,
yeah, no, they've got some really smart people. Yeah. We've been lucky enough to interview them too.
Yeah, and I had dinner with a fellow last night, and I was like, hey, you know what? You've got your CSAM product. If you did this, it would make my life a lot easier. And he's like, that's a great idea. Send me an email or send me a ticket. So we're going to do that. And so it's just that it's great to be part of
that community, of that peer group.
Yeah, the peer group and the community. And
so I'll tell you a dirty little secret. We do a lot of user conferences for a lot of companies, security, DevOps, cloud native. A lot of people think they put on a vendor, not just Qualys, puts on these shows to kind of wine and dine you and sell your product and tell you about what they're doing. But the dirty secret is they put on these shows to hear from you about what you want.
Yep.
Because what you tell them you want today is what you'll see in next year's
It goes
QSC.
on the roadmap. Yep.
And that's what makes this a double win for these vendors.
Sure, absolutely.
Right? It's hearing from people like you. So
No, I love it.
It's a win-win all around.
Yeah, and you can't complain about San Diego for a location either, right?
No, we're in Florida. We're really lucky. We're here.
Very lucky.
Yeah, we're here. I'm calling. My wife's okay. Thank God. We're on the southeast coast.
Oh,
but
okay.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I'd rather be in San Diego.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So.
Anyway, Scott, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. It was a great conversation. We're live at QSC. We're going to be back in a moment with our next guest. Easy?
Perfect. Easy. You make it easy, man.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day to day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hey everyone, we're back here live in San Diego for our day 2 coverage of Qualys Security Conference. Having a great time today. I want to introduce you to our next guest here. His name is Scott O'Keefe. This chap, Kevin O'Keefe. Was Scott the last guy?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we've moved on from Scott.
We can change my
That's
name.
what it is. No, but it's Kevin O'Keefe. I apologize,
No
Kevin.
worries.
Here's the interesting thing, though. This chap's trying to tell us he's from Brazilian. Kevin, say your name.
Kevin O'Keefe.
Does that sound like a Brazilian accent to you? No, we're going to guess he's over in the UK. Kevin, well, why don't we do, first of all, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Thank you for having
Why don't
me.
we start off with, what do you do at Qualys?
Yeah, so my job is to help with our customers and our sales team. So I used to be a customer for 5 years before joining Qualys as a solutions architect. And now I help our customers actually see the value in Qualys and then help them implement it and make sure that what they're buying and getting full use out of that value.
So in my day, we used to call those people sales engineers, but that's out of style now.
Yeah, we like to call them something different. We
right,
like to be
hey.
different in Qualys.
No problem. Well, I think everyone's calling them something different because sales engineers it was like pinning the tail on the donkey, putting your sales tag on you, and you're not really in sales. You're there to help their success.
Yeah.
It's up to the salespeople. If it's a good product, it sells itself, right?
Luckily for us, Qualys is there.
Yeah. It's interesting. I've been familiar with Qualys for pretty much their entire time, 25 years in business. was a competitor at one time, friend of the company, and then covering it as a media person all these years. This particular QSC was very focused on risk, right? The new True Risk score, True Risk Management, really starting to move security back in with risk. And that's a great thing. We've discussed it in a dozen different interviews. But we haven't spent a lot of time talking about sort of that traditional Qualys offering, right? That started with something called Qualys Guard years and years ago, the base vulnerability. And then they've added a lot on, right? The agent, patching, the whole, I forget the acronym, is it Q? Not VMDR.
So VMDR, and then that includes a whole suite of products, so certificate view, container inventory, cloud inventory. You've got your global asset view, and then you can also get your cybersecurity asset management on top of that as well.
Absolutely. And all of this, I mean, this is the bread and butter, if you will, of the Qualys offerings, right? You could put your True Risk score on top and some of the other things they got going on, AI and all that. But really, that, I would imagine that is kind of what attracted you to Qualys.
And that's what I initially implemented back in my previous company back in 2014, implementing the original Qualys agent, getting that deployed, and then building upon that. And Qualys just keeps releasing more and more additions, giving you more and more capabilities year by year.
I got it. So Kevin, you're the first person to talk about that in 2 days here with us. Bring us up to speed. What are some of the new developments around that?
Well, so we have a lot of new developments with the ETM launch that we're doing, being able to bring in data from across all of our customers, and
third party,
depending what it is. But what a lot of our customers do is actually they have the VMDR but don't use it to its full potential. So being able to actually use the ability to be able to inventory all your certificates, being able to see how your configuration is set up. All of this is included in the VMDR offering, and that's our job to help our customers actually exploit that capability and get that value back into Qualys, being able to actually show the value back to the business of what they can do with the platform. It's such a massive tool nowadays. We can't expect our customers to know everything. No. And that's where we're there to help them bring that and then show them what we're releasing. Even though it's an old product, VMDR, been around for 25 years now. We're celebrating our 25 years. But it's actually showing them that even on that old module, we can still bring out new toys, new things to keep customers interested and help customers.
It's also a symptom of the security industry.
Yeah.
I've been in the security industry 30 years. We tend to focus on the shiny new trinkets, the new toys we want to get budget for. But bread and butter is still bread and butter. Meat and potatoes is meat and potatoes. And we can't lose sight of the fact that if you've got something like this that's worked all this time, yes, you shine it up, you continue to evolve it and improve it and keep it current. But B, the basic skill set and the basic value doesn't go out of style because there's some shiny new thing you want to focus on for a second.
And as security professionals, we are, like I say, very prone to just going, oh, shiny over there, when in actual fact, let's get our foundations set up correctly, let's get that done correctly. Mm-hmm. And that's where I like to pull our customers back and go, whoa, let's pull back, let's get the VMDR set up correctly, let's get our basics, our fundamentals, then we build up and mature, and then we get to the new shiny toys. Everybody likes their new shiny toys, but we've got to make sure that everything around it is working to be able to make a successful VM program.
Kind of reminds me of that meme, right, where there's a guy walking with a beautiful woman down the street, and there's another woman that walks by, and you see him like this, Be happy. Sometimes you got to like what you got right there.
You've got the perfect tool there. It's just being able to use it, and that's what our job is there, to help you show value. So
one of the problems in security, and again, this goes back 25, 30 years, is it's hard.
Yeah.
Right? I know firsthand it's hard. How has Qualys made it easier to use the product now? It's gotten a lot easier. Let's face it. But
I think, if we take patch management as an example, beforehand, Qualys was the tool that gave everybody nightmares. Gave everybody the work. Here's the Qualys
we used to call it a bad news generator.
Yes, exactly. Everybody,
not just Qualys, all the vulnerability scanners.
Too, but everybody runs away from you as soon as they see you come in. As soon as they see that email ledge red comes through.
Yeah.
But now, where patch management was a great example of actually, let's not come with you with problems. Let's give you that solution, and that's how we're making life easier. I've got customers that have jobs to patch everything every day. Why worry about it? Why overcomplicate it? Let's simplify this, reduce risk, and then make it easy for everybody.
I get it. Here's another thing. Do you remember, you ever install a SIM? Have you ever had an experience doing
a
that?
Solution, yes, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, it'll take 2 years out of your life, right?
And you still won't get to the
and
way
it
you
still
want.
doesn't work, and I don't know how much value, but that's a whole nother story. How long does it take the average Qualys customer to get up and running?
So actually, that's a great example I've had from earlier this year, where we've implemented Qualys at one of the UK customers. They implemented it on the 1st of April. By the mid-May, they were already patching and already seeing a massive reduction in risks by over half of their vulnerabilities. Because first, April, get that agent deployed. Once they got the agent deployed, we set up the patch management jobs, and within 90 days, they had over halved their vulnerabilities.
Beginning of April to middle of May is 45 days.
Exactly. So I always say to customers, it's a customer, they always come up to us, how quickly can we deploy? It's like, you tell us how fast you want to run. We'll run as fast as you want to run. It's so simple. You can get it done. We've had customers deploy 30,000 agents in one night.
Really?
You can go that fast. It's up to the customer how fast they want to go. And we can then show that value, reduce that risk really quickly for customers.
So there's that word risk again. And as I said earlier, we've been spending a lot of time today talking, or over the last 2 days, talking about true risk scores and the new risk management capabilities. How tied in is that to the base solution already?
Massively tied in. So true risk, Qualys detection score, all of that goes hand in hand to help customers actually prioritize the vulnerabilities, the misconfigurations, the risks that they really need to go after. In my presentation yesterday, I showed an example. I have a customer in the UK that has 2.1 million vulnerabilities,
wow,
critical and high according to CVSS. That is a lot of vulnerabilities for teams to go after. Just using Qualys detection score, they can reduce that to less than 750,000. That's 2/3 of their work already been wiped off. Let's go after the stuff that's actually at risk to your environment. Mm-hmm. And not only will that help you in terms of prioritization, but help the operations team free up time to fix what is actually critical to your business rather than just doing busy work, which doesn't actually reduce risk.
And that's been the bane of vulnerability remediation all this time.
Yeah.
Right? Unnecessary cycles spinning on things that aren't really germane to you.
Help simplify and help prioritize, and that's what I think Qualys is really helping. We've already got that done well in vulnerabilities and misconfigurations, and now with ETM, being able to bring in all those other sources, we can do that across your entire environment.
I love it. Let's talk a little bit about QSC. How many QSCs have you been to?
I've lost count.
A lot.
10 plus easily.
What's your favorite thing about these QSC?
Meeting people, meeting our customers, and especially for myself, seeing different perspective, how the American teams work, how the different customers work, and then also obviously meeting our colleagues and product teams, management. It's just a great hive of activity. I learn ways of doing stuff or not doing stuff, and being able to then go, okay, take that back and teach that to other customers, or go, actually, QSC, this is what we learned. Don't do it this way, do it that way. And it's just great to be able to socialize and, speak to other customers and be able to bring those ideas together, and it also help us influence our products going forward as well.
Excellent. Hey man, Kevin, we're about out of time. I want to thank you I know you're busy here meeting with customers and stuff, but thanks for coming in and talking.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Keep up the great work, man. When are you headed back to the UK?
Tonight, in a few hours' time, I'll be on that flight.
Us too. We're on that red eye headed east.
Yeah, same here.
All right. Kevin O'Keefe,
Thank you
our favorite Brazilian from the UK. here. We're live at QSC. We'll be back. We've got a full day of speakers and interviews. Stay with us.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hey everyone, we're back here live in San Diego for our QSC coverage, continuing here on day 2. Oh, it's almost noon San Diego time. It might be different where you are. But our next guest is Himanshu Katpal.
Hi everyone,
Hi Himanshu, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Before we jump into it, Himanshu, you're with Qualys, but what's your position with Qualys?
So I'm working as Senior Director of Product Management for Qualys Platform and Sensors. I just completed 9 years last month with Qualys.
9 years.
Yeah, it has been a pretty remarkable journey for me.
Yes, it has. Congratulations and good for you. Good for
Thank
you. You also presented 2 presentations here
Correct.
at
Correct.
QSC this year.
That's correct. So,
Before we jump into the presentations, your product manager platform and sensors, let's go over what those products are, because
Sure.
we've spoken about a lot of products. People may be not sure at home, right? They're following along best they can. What are the platform and sensor products from Qualys?
So over the last few years, we have extended our platform for it to become enterprise to risk platform. Now, why we call it as enterprise to risk platform? Because of its simplicity and everything which it offers for the CISO for every cybersecurity need that they have. And we divide the platform into 5 major pillars or sections. First is asset management, where we provide complete visibility of every single internal and external facing asset. We also turbocharge CMDBs because we know no one has a complete CMDB.
Right.
Once we identify the assets, we help customers to detect the vulnerabilities, and they detect it fast. With Qualys, they can detect the vulnerabilities with MTTDS less than 2 hours. Once you've identified the vulnerabilities, the third pillar is to fix it, because there's no point just detecting it. With Qualys integrated patch management, you can reduce the mean time to remediate by more than 60%. The fourth pillar on the platform is now we also help customers to detect malicious and suspicious activities, and we extend threat detection and response to the endpoints. And the last pillar is compliance. Obviously, once you have collected all of this data, you need to map it to the mandates and give it to the auditors in a language that they love. So I help manage all of these portfolios from the Qualys' platform perspective. And all of these sections are powered by our purpose-built sensors. So Qualys has the industry's widest coverage of sensors. We have 12 major categories of sensors, which helps you to gain data insights, gain all the key information from your cybersecurity landscape, which helps you to prevent from getting breached.
Now, when you say 12 different sensors, are they all contained within that single Qualys agent?
That's the beauty of it. All of these sensors are within the same Qualys platform. You do not get a disjointed solution unlike some other tools. All of these sensors, the data which they collect gets natively correlated in the platform, so that we provide one singular view for the customers. So we have Qualys Cloud Agents, which serves 9 different security pillars. We have scanners, which runs remote scans, and we provide unified asset view based on the data collected by both scanners and agents. And as cloud security is evolving, we also have snapshots and API-based scanning. So if you see in the industry, some analysts and vendors say that agent approach is better, some say agentless is better, some say snapshot is better. Qualys is the only provider which provides the most comprehensive coverage, and depending on your use case, you can choose the type of sensor with which you want to collect the data.
You know, one thing I didn't hear you mention was risk. And that's all we've talked about here for a day and a half, right?
Absolutely.
How does risk play into all this?
So all of these things gets natively correlated to the platform, and then we map it to the true risk. Now, when we say true risk, it means it is a combination of basically 2 things. One is the risk of your vulnerabilities and misconfigurations. So all the vulnerabilities which sensors, scanners, agents, passive sensors collect, we then map it to 25 plus threat feeds. That includes Mandiant, that includes Google, that includes reversing apps, etc. And we have 120 plus white hat engineers who then analyze that if there is an exploit available for a vulnerability, is there a likelihood of exploitation for a vulnerability? And then we provide a QDS code, which then cross-map to the business risk of an asset, because obviously you cannot fix all of the vulnerabilities. Every single CISO is saying, we have millions of vulnerabilities, I just want to know what matters to my business. I just want to know what will have a downtime impact for my business, what will have an impact on my PCI compliance, and I only want to focus on that. So then Qualys maps that QDS code to the business context and provide you a true risk score for your asset. And that acts as your holy grail, so that you can prioritize even your remediation efforts on it. Because the thing is, most of the CISOs are now responsible for patching as well. Because whenever a breach happens or they miss compliance, IT team is not going in front of the board. It's the CISO who has to represent.
Right. And that fundamentally, that there's a whole issue
That's the whole
around
shift
that.
in the industry, absolutely.
Himanshu, let's now pivot and talk about you. As I mentioned, you had 2 presentations here. Share with our audience what you presented on.
Okay, the first session was for sensors, which we briefly talked about. So every single CISO is saying that the biggest challenge for them is to collect data comprehensively from all of the risk factors. I mean, there are multiple risk sources today, such as data centers, IoT assets, AI, workloads, cloud and containers, web application risk. And they lead to a variety of risk factors, such as vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, unauthorized file access, EOL/ES softwares. Now, how do they ensure that they can collect all the required data for calculating the risk in a comprehensive manner? Because a lot of the vendors, they do not have solutions for, let's say, exotic operating systems. If you talk to the banks, they have Z systems, and they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars collecting the data from Z systems because everyone is too afraid to touch it. And Qualys is the only vendor who worked with IBM, and they provided a native agent for Z Linux systems. The other areas which a lot of vendors miss is the legacy solutions. No matter how much you want to use latest operating systems, you will still have those CentOS 5, you will still have Windows XP. A lot of the banks and the ATMs in the world are running on still Windows XP.
I know.
If your solution is not covering it comprehensively and in an integrated manner, you do not have the complete visibility.
So let me ask you about the Windows XP.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not,
Yeah.
the truth is there's still a
Yeah.
lot of systems.
Correct.
But they're not supporting it anymore. There's no
Yeah.
more patches for
Correct.
it.
Correct.
What do you do?
I mean, you still need the visibility for it, because if it's on your ATMs, that becomes like your crown jewel. That has the maximum amount of money for
Sure.
your business. If you have the visibility, then at least, even if you cannot patch it, you can take actions like maybe you can take it out of the network so that the impact doesn't spread.
Well, you can
across the
remediate
network.
without
Still
patching.
remediate, correct.
Right, well, you can try to isolate it
Correct.
and so forth.
And sometimes there are some config changes you can do just to mitigate the risk. It's not always about patching. There are other ways to
there's more to
eliminate the risk.
remediation than patch.
Absolutely.
Certainly. What was your second
The second thing was
presentation
software
about?
supply chain. I mean, software supply chain is one of the biggest risk factors as part of the Risk Operations Center, and this is one of the biggest area where CISOs and the cybersecurity team faces challenges in navigating. Now, from the Qualys' perspective, we cover software supply chain into two major sections. One is OSS-based risk, and second is first party. I'll talk briefly on both of them. So, in the realm of modern software development, OSS achieved remarkable prominence. So, if you see, every single company uses OSS-based softwares, and more than 60% of them consider it to be running on business-critical applications. Now, how do you identify the risk for it? Most of the native VM solutions do not have coverage for OSS. They cover networks, they cover OS, they cover applications.
It's a whole separate
It's a
system,
whole separate
CSS.
system. Correct. And then they run manual scripts, and then they have to spend manual efforts, time and money to correlate the data. And that is where the whole struggle begins. I mean, I hope you will remember Log4j, right? People spend more than 50
I'm a little
days.
older than I look. Go ahead.
That is funny. That is funny. So people on average spend more than 50 days just to identify Log4j. And that is too much. I mean, that increases your attack surface and the exploitation days by a lot. So Qualys now has integrated SWCA solution, which is, we call it a software composition analysis. So the same agent which is already deployed, we have 110 million agents deployed globally. You can enable SWC in a single click and get deeply embedded open source software and commercial software components in a natively integrated VMDR manner. So that whenever the next Log4j happens, on day 0, you will be fully prepared to tackle it. You will not spend 50 days just to inventory it. And we also provide 17,000 plus signatures for it, so that whenever a new vulnerability comes for any OSS-based software, you will be able to detect the vulnerability and the impact on your environment on day 0. And the best part about this is, it is natively integrated with VMDR. The 25 plus threat fits, which we talked about earlier, also gets applied to this software composition analysis vulnerabilities as well. So that you do not need to prioritize every single OSS-based vulnerabilities. You can prioritize only what matters to your business.
Love it.
Yeah, and the last part of it is first-party risk. I mean, first-party, unlike third-party softwares, are the softwares built in-house in your environment by your own developers. But the thing is, if it's your own developer, it will have a lot of security issues, it will have outdated libraries, it will have misconfigurations. Now, there might not be publicly available exploits or vulnerabilities for it, but if you are using OSS-based softwares, that becomes the prime attack for the threat actors. You can easily be hacked with it. And that is where Qualys provides a solution where if you want to ingest your custom risk, for example, your developer has built an application, your pen tester came and he now analyzes that you have an unencrypted password in it. How do you detect the risk for it? Qualys now provides a solution for it. If you want to analyze the risk of having an EDS solution, but is it really running on your environment? Is the service really on? Is the process running? How do you identify it? So even for your custom risk and first party, the same solution can be extended. And again, it is natively integrated with VMDR, so that we provide you one consolidated true risk across your environment.
I love it.
Yeah.
A lot of, I've come to a lot of QSCs over the years.
Yeah.
A lot of people here this year, a lot of good peer-to-peer stuff going on. What's the feedback been to you?
I think the feedback has been really good. So Sumit just announced Risk Operations Center concept and our latest module called as Enterprise True Risk Management, in which we are opening our platform not only to the data coming from our sensors, but literally you can now ingest data from any other sensor in the wild. So even if you are using any other IoT solution, if you are using Prisma Cloud, if you are using Wiz, if you are using Microsoft Defender, you can ingest that data into Qualys platform. Qualys will normalize, deduplicate, and contextualize all of that data, correlate the data which Qualys already has, and will provide you one unified true risk, so that you do not need to play with Excels, you do not need to spend manual efforts, or even you do not really need to even build your own data lake. Because, I mean, we are now launching it, but this is not a new concept. A lot of the big companies have been trying to do it over their own, but it's too expensive to build. And then people comes and goes, and the whole thing just crashes.
Well, that's one of the reasons to outsource that kind of thing, right?
Correct.
Himanshu, so basically what you told us, you sit around here at the QSC, you haven't done very much.
Yeah, not much.
Have a little coffee now and then, and that's it.
Yeah,
Good for you, man. Hey, thank you for coming on our show.
Of course, thank you for having me.
Keep up the great work, man.
Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure. Himanshu Katpal, Senior Director Product Management for Platform and Sensors.
Thank you for having me here.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. That's it. We got to undo you, but we're going to take a break first.
Okay.
We'll be back. We're live in San Diego. Stay tuned.
Thanks all.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day to day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at Salt Lake City. I was just talking about KubeCon in Salt Lake City. My next guest is going to be there. We hope we'll be able to interview him there as well. But we're actually in sunny San Diego today for Qualys's QSC Americas 24. QSC, of course, stands for Qualys Security Center. My next guest is Abhishek Singh. I hope I got that right, Abhishek. Yes?
Yeah.
Abhishek is product manager. Well, you tell them what you are.
I'm the VP of Product Management for Kubernetes and Container Security at Qualys.
Yes?
And I'll be speaking today of how to manage risk for containerized workloads.
Absolutely. You know, and as Abhishek and I were talking before we got on, we interviewed Kumar yesterday, who is some of the CNAP stuff, but he has a wider portfolio. You're really focused on, let's call it cloud native Kubernetes containerized security. And that's a pretty important chunk of today's infrastructure, right? Because something like, I think greater than 70 or 75% of all new applications, greenfield, are built on the Kubernetes stack, right? And a large chunk of brownfield, applications that have been transformed to cloud microservices are also built on Kubernetes and containers. So it is the new compute stack, right? However, it's not easy to use Kubernetes and containers. And B, there's a different security paradigm at play here, right? You've got distributed applications, you've got this whole Kubernetes thing going on and service mesh on top of it. It's a challenge. Before we even get into what you're talking about today and some of the risk involved, from a security vendor point of view, talk to us about the challenges of securing that type of stack versus, let's say, our traditional LAMP or VMware, hypervisor kind of stack.
Yeah. So, incidentally, that's part of my talk. So
is it?
It's not
okay.
misaligned.
I didn't even know that, but good.
Yeah. But before we go to the differences, I'll try to focus on what is common.
Okay.
So it's a different form factor. End of the day, it's how applications are being written. So the problem has not changed. It's delivered in a different form factor. So that's a similarity. It's the same vulnerability management, risk management practice in a different form factor. In terms of the new challenges, there was a talk at RSA, and they said CIA is dead. CIA stood for confidentiality, integrity, availability. So CIA is dead for cloud. And what is more relevant is DIE. And again, I'll cover it in my talk today, DIE.
DIE, okay.
So the new acronym for cloud native is DIE, distributed, immutable, ephemeral.
Yes.
So what does distributed mean? Like you said, the big fat monolithic apps are getting broken down into microservices. And when you do so, all the internal interactions are getting network exposed. So the volume of vulnerabilities increases, your attack surface increases, the volume of vulnerability increases. So that's a distributed part. In terms of immutable, you can't patch them in place. So just like the containers are immutable, the vulnerabilities also are immutable. So if you patch it, a new copy will get deployed with the same old vulnerability.
Right. You've got to patch the gold copy or whatever you want to call it.
Distributed, immutable, and then ephemeral. Ephemeral means you cannot have a snapshot-based approach. It doesn't work. Any snapshot you take will instantly be incomplete and invalid.
The average container has a lifespan of what, a couple of minutes or something,
seconds,
right?
Seconds. So any snapshot you take is immediately
worthless,
incomplete and invalid.
Yeah.
So you have to have a mechanism that you can summarize all the workloads without having to deal with these three challenges of distributed, immutable, and ephemeral.
Absolutely. And when we talk about it, and by the way, it's the first time, and I was at RSA, I didn't hear that talk, I'm sorry I missed it. But there's another element to this too, and that's the APIs, right? A lot of the container-to-container communication is not even over sort of the regular network, if you will. It's API to API traffic. And if you're not tuned into that, you're missing.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I'll give it a specific example, right? So someone says that my host is not on the internet, so my container must be secure. The fact is, it's going through proxies and is internet exposed.
Yes, it
so
is.
Your host may not be, but the container is. And that's the power of APIs. It's exposed through proxies in front of it. So even though the host seems like not exposed, the container is.
Yeah.
And that's a very different problem for...
And that API traffic represents something like 51%
Yeah.
of all, or more, of all internet traffic is API to API.
Yeah.
And then that's exactly right. You may say, oh no, it's just strictly internal. It's container to container, not even container to host. But it's still, that one container might be in Japan, one container might be in San Francisco. And it's not just going on a back end kind of stuff. So I agree with you. This is, so let me make sure it's not CIA, it's DIE.
DIE.
All right, well, I'm going to remember that. I'm going to say, I'll make sure you told me about it.
I didn't create the term, but I liked it so much.
I like it too.
Yeah, it is the new 3 foundational elements of how you practice security in the cloud.
I like it.
And I'll give you a better analogy. Distributed, so you don't worry about availability. CIA availability is taken care of because it's distributed.
Right.
Immutable, so the integrity is taken care of. It's immutable.
Sure.
So
the C and the I are...
ephemeral, so you don't have to worry about secrets because they're always changing all the time, right? So
Right.
Even the secrets have gone ephemeral.
Yeah.
But does it mean there's no security to be done?
No.
No, it's a different form factor.
So now we've hit on this. Let's now talk about the challenges of securing this new form factor.
Yeah.
Right? It is ephemeral. You can't work. It's almost like in quantum-ish, right? You can't work in the present because the present is constantly shifting. You've got to have policies in place, and tell us how Qualys approaches this.
So it has to be built in versus bolt on, right? So when containers come and go, they come with policies in place. Because by the time you react and push the policies, they are gone, right? Mm-hmm. So they have to be built into the container. They come with the default policies and they honor it. So if containers are ephemeral, does it mean you leave it all open because it's hard to chase? The answer is no, because your external attack surface is not that dynamic. It is called www.qualys.com, and behind that the containers are going up and down, but that attack vector is constant. The database it connects to is stable. The containers are churning. If you can't create policies between containers and your databases, you're missing the point. So you have to create policies that can withstand this ephemeral nature of containers because they're built in. And because they're built in, it allows only the relevant containers to talk to your databases, not the rogue ones, right?
So when we say they're built in, are they built into like sort of the Kubernetes fabric or mesh, if you will? Are they built into the configuration of the container itself, both?
It primarily means shift left. Mm-hmm. So you build it in before it hits production.
Yeah.
And then it's a matter of orchestration. Whether you put it inside a pod, put it in a daemon set on the node, or put it outside in a service mesh. Those are more instrumentation or orchestration options.
Yeah.
But built-in means you have pre-discovered them before they have hit production. You have pre-discovered in dev, you have done some shift-left business. But again, it doesn't mean you shift left and you forget right. You have to shift left and shield right.
In today's world, you got to shift everywhere.
You have to shield right, which means that you have to assess whether my shift left was done well or not. And you can suggest what the shift left policy should have been. So the right is a key component, and this is where Qualys shines, because the world said, containers, let's shift left. But you're missing the point, because if you shift left, you lose touch with reality. Because left is
pre-deployment.
Theory. It's theory.
Yeah.
This is ground real reality. So you have to absolutely have your eyes on here to make sure a shift left is working, to strengthen the shift left. So there's a synergy between left and right. And just a shift left is not going to cut it.
I agree with you. And there's other problems with shift left, frankly, as well, right? When we shift left, for a lot of people, that means let's make it the developer's problem. The developer's not a security expert. It's not that they want to develop insecure software, that's not it. But we can't expect them to be the security person.
It's not just that. You could say developers have to do their QA. You don't need a QA team anymore. That's not true.
Yeah.
So developers need to do more testing, but that doesn't obviate the need for a QA.
Right.
It's like we'll have saints produced in the world, so we don't need police, right? You still need a police function. Where if people are well behaved, this can be streamlined, but that doesn't obviate the need for security.
And here's to use your analogy, to think that we're going to have a world full of saints is naive.
Yes.
Right? It's not going
And
to
that's
happen.
your purest shift left strategy.
Absolutely. And to think that developers, I've seen many studies that developers only spend between 11 and 25% of their time developing software.
And we need their cooperation, but security is fundamentally a police function, and it's not going away anywhere.
Developers just want to develop code.
And we need their help.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the other, from an economic point of view, who's your most expensive asset, people asset?
Yeah.
The developer.
Yes.
Why would you make your most expensive person also do Q&A, also do the security testing?
Yeah, yeah.
It just doesn't,
So we need that
scale
constant
up.
feedback and collaboration to make this all work.
I agree with you 100%. All right, let's jump into what you're talking about today.
Yes, I'll talk about, so if you look at Qualys, right, most of our customers are VMDR customers. They love us because of our vulnerability management. The main message is that, hey, containers are a new form factor, but the fundamental problem of managing vulnerabilities of risk has not changed. There are new acronyms, CSPM, this PM, that PM, but ultimately it's risk management. It's about bringing together all vulnerabilities and then having remediation for them. So that's my fundamental message. It's the same problem. And that's why I started with that. Next, we'll talk about challenges of how containers are different, how the industry has approached it. And then finally, we'll talk about the differentiated ways in what Qualys is different, novel in how we protect containers. This is not a well-known fact. I think there's lack of understanding of what Qualys value already exists, and end with a demo of our new and hot and happening roadmap of features.
Got it. If you don't mind, I have a couple other questions for you.
Absolutely, go for it.
So one of the things that I see, and it's not just containerized application development, but it really happens in containerized, is the supply chain issue, right? In a world where we build our applications sort of Frankenstein style, you know, where we bring in some open source here and some open source there and an artifact here, and we stitch them all together, 75-80% of the code in these apps are not original code. It's code we took down from a repo somewhere. And given the nature of multi-threaded, microservice-based architecture, we could have that component lives in this container, this OS lives in that container, and so it's like building an app with Legos, right?
Yeah.
Containers now, it only takes one bad container to make the whole thing rotten, right? And it's a software supply chain issue. We've seen, like, someone thinks they're downloading a container and the container's, ANC.f, but they really downloaded a container that says ANC.d, and that container has a malware payload in it because they're not careful, or they're misnamed, or someone got into the container. That's happened, right? SolarWinds. It happens like this. Does Qualys do anything like that along the supply chain?
Absolutely. I was just thinking of what all we do there.
We're on the same wavelength today.
So there are actually 4 different things that came to mind while we were talking about it, right? So when we talk about risk, you can have risk attributed at a business entity level. Mm-hmm. And people have to define Qualys tags to find risk aggregated, organized at a business plane. For containers and Kubernetes, it's out of the box. Because we have such rich metadata in Kubernetes,
yes,
we can organize risk along pods, along applications. So when this application gets broken down into 5 different microservices, we'll show you one view of the app itself. That's the risk around that application. Mm-hmm. So we are actually not showing you individual microservices. We can actually up-level it to an app level, to a business level. This is your true risk for this whole app aggregated together. Then there's a segmentation problem. If any app gets compromised, any pod gets compromised, Kubernetes is completely open. So we have mechanisms to be able to isolate infected pods, malicious pods, risky pods, so that they are completely segmented. If you think of zero trust, right, you can segment everything, but people don't do it. It's too much disruption. It can potentially cause disruption. But if you have risky elements in your environment, you can absolutely create those.
Isolate them.
Isolate them. So Qualys is about risk management. So you have managed your risk, but end of the day, you still have some risk that you are taking into production. For that, you need us to have a threat management strategy, because you have risks that can manifest. How do you find threats? Our approach is very proactive. Before we talk about proactive, what does reactive mean? Reactive means that we are chasing threat actors. They've done something, someone writes a signature, puts a threat signature for it, we catch them.
And that's always been the story in security. We're reactive instead of proactive.
What we do is, we can actually zero-day capable, without signatures, call out threats. This is using our deep learning technology. We acquired a company called Blue Hexagon, and we can detect threats as they're traversing a network, even before they have landed on a container, using deep learning. What we have done is taken this whole technology, shifted it left. Now you can scan your containers for malicious supply chain implants.
Okay.
You can find these without signatures proactively in a shift left manner and flag them even before they get to run. Then the thing is, you have risk
So that lives in the pipeline. That lives in your CI/CD pipeline.
Absolutely. So we have integrated this zero-day capable, signature-free malware detection capability in your registry scanning. At runtime, again, you have some assumed risk. There's no patch for it. It's high risk, 95 QDS. I can't patch it. What do I do? So your threat management has to be risk-informed. Because I know this is a risky thing for me, I will monitor that closely. Instead of monitoring everything, you're monitoring nothing, right? So now I monitor this closely. And again, proactive because I'm not chasing threat behavior. I'm chasing what my app does. And I'm profiling what my application is doing in terms of interactions with APIs. Who does it interact with? The moment it makes a new connection to a nation state, we'll flag it. And because you're monitoring risk-informed, very few things, we can actually call it out. So we have a comprehensive approach from left to right. Not just vulnerability scanning at the right side, but also threat management in a proactive way, zero-day capable, zero trust-like, where we can see your behavior, not a threat behavior. Anything changes, we flag it for the risky assets that you have. So we have a very comprehensive approach to this whole problem of supply chain.
I love it. Hey man, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope we didn't get too deep, but I think our audience appreciated it. I know other people sitting here may think we're talking some Greek language or something, but this is the kind of stuff that cloud native security lives on, right? This is what we got to know. Abhishek, thank you. Good luck on your presentation. We're going to take a break. We're live here in San Diego. We're going to come back. We've got a full afternoon full of great interviews coming up, so stay tuned. You're watching Techstrong TV.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day to day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know.
Hey everyone, back right here in San Diego for our Qualys Security Conference coverage. They're coming fast and furious right about now. People wanting to get in, I guess, before lunch. But my next guest is Alex Kryline. Alex, you were with us, I don't want to say 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago?
It was, actually, we met when I was a prospective customer of VMDR before it came out. I used to
This had to be like
2017.
I was going to say before COVID.
Yeah.
Way before COVID.
Yeah.
So look at you now.
I know. I feel great.
So what have you been doing since 2017?
I've been running a lot and, traveling.
Don't we all?
Yeah. I've had a really, actually, amazing stretch in part thanks to great cybersecurity products. I was a CISO at a cloud-native SaaS company for about 3 years. We were in the emergency communications space, so stuff that's got to work.
Yep.
And then I had the opportunity to go to Microsoft and worked on the Azure platform and followed a wonderful colleague and friend who's my boss, Jonathan Troll. I came over to Qualys and I've been running product security here for just over 2 years.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's quite a journey, man.
It's been cool.
Good for you.
Thank you.
And so when we say product security,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my thing is going off here and I got to hit that off.
Cool.
When we say product security, you're responsible to make sure that the Qualys product itself is secure.
Yeah.
So, like from a software supply chain perspective.
That's definitely one of the avenues. So
Absolutely.
my responsibility is to make sure that what we ship to the market is safe and secure and of high quality. There's a lot of people who are part of that process. I'm a person who does that. I built the strategy and process and framework to get that done, and I did it in part using Qualys products, and I did it in part using lots of other products. It's a complex problem.
Yes, it is. So when you say you did it using Qualys products, let's jump into. I know you're speaking here today about something. We're going to get into that, but now you've piqued my curiosity.
Sure. Well, one of the things that we are enthusiastic about with the release of Enterprise TruRisk Management, which is really like a solid aggregation and decision-making framework, we get to bring Qualys products like Web Application Security for dynamic application security testing, policy compliance, and probably like 4 or 5 other products in our ecosystem, like infrastructure as code analysis, the things that developers need to build products that are secure and safe. We get to now bring that into the ETM platform, which will be dogfooding with our own teams.
Sure.
But the outcome that we're trying to achieve is security, but also flow. I need to give a high degree of velocity to my developers, or they won't want to do the work that I'm
You
asking
just
them to
become the anchor on the ball and chain on this.
There's healthy friction, then there's unhealthy friction, and too much of that turns into fire. And so what we try and do through our security by design approach is to loop in technology that both we build and then buy in the open market, along with process like threat modeling, architecture reviews, and then kind of different controls around automation to help developers get the outcome that they want. We are on a maturity model of this. It doesn't work perfectly today like anybody else, but you start small and effectively, and then you build fast.
I've been in security 30 years.
Yeah.
If anyone ever told me they were done,
Yeah.
I'd say they're full of beans anyway. So you're never done.
Sure.
That's fantastic. It's really good stuff. And, in many ways, this mirrors Qualys's customer's own journey.
Yeah, it does.
Especially for ones who, today every company's a software company. We all build apps and so forth. And it's mirroring that. So, that's what we're dealing with. Alex, you're presenting here.
Yeah.
Let's hear about what you're presenting on.
Awesome. So a lot of the market is super focused in vulnerability management. Obviously, we're here to talk about, but there are a lot of vulnerabilities that are not easy to detect with any kind of automation. And those vulnerabilities are about design. Sometimes bad and ineffective design principles, like two applications communicating inside of the same trust boundary with wildly different security models. Or sometimes they're around like the supply chain that you brought into your application. Right?
And today that's more prevalent than ever.
Yeah. So part of what I'm talking about is our decision-making process for how we identify those architectural weaknesses, work to make them specific problems for developers to work with us on addressing, give them feedback, and then ship improvements. The other side of that, though, is a customer-facing feature roadmap. So it's not just about the non-functional stuff like, hey, use these cryptographic ciphers or these libraries or like adopt this policy framework or ingest it this way. It's also about making sure that the product that we ship is safe for the customer experience. Here's what I mean by that. There's the security of the platform, cool. Then there's the security on the platform, the customer's use of it. So like the identity and authentication management, how we report CVEs when we make a defect or a mistake in our product. It's also things like making sure that we can kind of automatically update customers' passwords if we find them exposed in the dark web. So what this is about is the practices about delivering security for the customer's experience while using our products, not just keeping the platform safe and secure.
Got it. So, yeah, I had a bunch of questions here as you were going. They were just running through my mind. So one of the things, I want to talk about SBOMs.
Yeah.
Right, our audience is very familiar.
Totally.
Qualys products come with SBOMs now?
Qualys products can come with SBOMs. Qualys products will come with more freely available SBOMs in probably Q1 or Q2. One of the things that we're doing based off of, actually, maybe let me back up for a second. So CISA, probably about 9 months ago, announced that they were doing a Secure by Design pledge.
Yes.
We're one of the early companies to take that pledge because we know it's valuable to the customers and to the market. It aligns with one of our goals, well actually it aligns with 3 of our Security by Design goals. One of which is making it prohibitively expensive for attackers to exploit Qualys and its customers using our products. Mm-hmm. Software bill of materials are about obviously the supply chain and provenance by which we received all of those artifacts. What we are looking at doing is figuring out not just how to ship software bill of materials, but how to make the discussion about vulnerabilities more productive between the software producer and the user. So we're looking at delivering SBOMs and XPDX and CycloneDX, but also having a VEX file or a vulnerability exploitability exchange file riding along with that to tell the user if this CVE is indeed applicable or not, right? It's not just about vulnerability, it's about exposure. We need to help people understand if they are exposed by using a product that we built that has a defect. And so what we seek to do is build a more perfect method of communicating around that.
Love it. I love it. Wanted to talk about the next thing, which is, this is all about risk. And to a certain extent, risk is about trust. I've got to trust. When you tell me this reduces my risk by 10%, 20%, sure. I got to trust. There's a certain level of trust that's necessary for me to buy into that.
Yeah.
Nowhere is that more important than in buying security products.
I think that's probably right.
Right? Recent events, not naming names, CrowdStrike, right? And it's not their fault. It could happen.
It happens.
It happens. But that erodes trust.
Yeah.
And that's such an important piece of it. Now, Secure by Design is made to instill trust in my customer, in your customers, customers in period. How do you, without getting too crazy, but how do you make sure we don't have a blue screen of death incident?
Yeah. So you're definitely going to be coming to my talk at 3:45.
Okay.
One of the there are some real. So the problem statement that I heard you say is, how can I trust your SaaS? Right? You built it. I bought it. I use it. I have no real ability to get visibility into it. So, getting away from the first part, which is usually the identity and access management part, how do I get onto the platform? Then the next question is, how can I get some sense of control? One of the things that we'll be releasing in Q1 or Q2 is the ability for customers to lock a manifest to a specific version or to an N-X policy, right? So in the CrowdStrike issue specifically, they shipped a content update that led to a pretty significant technology exposure. Customers couldn't test for that, they just accepted the update, right? We think that a better approach to solving that problem is to give customers choice, allowing them the opportunity to test and evaluate before applying it, right? In the same way, we also believe that we should be giving customers their audit and security logs so that they can ingest that into their SIM and determine if they have an active exposure on our product.
Absolutely. And you know the funny thing, Alex, is that's the way it used to be.
Yeah.
You used to, you would get your Microsoft Patch Tuesday. No one applied the patches on Tuesday.
Totally.
You know what I mean? We would test them. Some organizations would take a couple days, some would take a week, some would take months.
Yeah.
Whatever floats, whatever works for your particular risk profile.
The challenge with some of this though is the customer is inherently accepting a different risk though, right?
Yeah.
When they choose to not install updates, that means that they're not getting the most current version of our detections, leaving them potentially exposed to certain risks like a 0-day or
so I've had these conversations with Fortune 100 CIOs. And their attitude is yes, but it's about measuring risk. And the risk of me being exposed to something for a few more days than I already was exposed to it versus the risk of me taking down a major portion of my network with something, they're not equal.
I mean,
and I make my decision on that.
I'm going to get it close, but I think I read certainly less than 10% of CrowdStrike's customers were exposed to the incident. And it was a world event. Right? So obviously I think customers need to have risk-informed choice making. It's their risk to accept, right? We also just need to make sure that they're informed about the other side of the coin when they make those choices. But yeah, I mean, people should be able to make the choices that they need. It's their business.
Someone should have told the Delta CEO that.
I will keep myself quiet.
No, I'm media. I'm allowed to say stuff like that. You can't.
It's a hard business.
It is, and again, I know George Kurtz a long time from Found Stuff.
Yeah.
And that could happen to anyone. Stuff like that happens. But there was a time in our industry where we didn't just blindly apply patches and update stuff. We tested and
different trust models. I'm our first customer at Qualys.
Were you?
The team. Well, we are customer zero. The Qualys security team.
Right, you are the customer zero.
We get the first ones, and we have an amazing security operations team that tests and evaluates all the things that we take in. That puts us in a real special place. I like to think that because of that, I have a little bit of the voice of the customer, and I try and advocate for them through the work of Secure by Design.
Very cool. Alex, a pleasure seeing you, man. You look great.
Thanks,
it's
man.
good to have you here.
Too.
Thank you.
We don't talk about that enough. You look great too.
I talk about it all the time. But that's
awesome.
me. Yep. Hey, we're live here in San Diego. We're going to take, I think, a quick lunch break, and we'll be back with a lot more Qualys interviews and content coming up for the rest of this afternoon. You're watching Techstrong TV.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to QSC coverage, Qualys Security Conference coverage. We're live in San Diego. It's day 2 in the afternoon. It's quiet here because a lot of people are at the lunch tent where they're serving an excellent lunch, I might add. If you ever come out to the Qualys Security Conferences, they feed you pretty well. Anyway, our next guest is Andrew Whitaker. Andrew is a field CISO with Oracle. And we're going to talk a little bit about the Oracle Qualys partnership. But first, let's welcome Andrew. First of all, welcome.
Thank you. Thank
Andrew, how are you? Thanks for coming in. Field CISO, talk to us. How did you wind up as a field CISO at Oracle?
Yeah, the journey's been interesting.
It usually is.
Yeah, started out, just desktop support, and then security started to become a thing, and I said, sure, I'll figure that out. Got heavy into penetration testing and hacking, so I really came from the offensive security side. And then kind of got to a point of where I was consulting businesses and thought, what if I have it wrong? Like, let me actually go and be a CISO for a while. So I was a CISO for the city of Seattle, and it was there that I started to recognize the challenges with multi-cloud environments and getting that visibility across multi-cloud. From there, I worked in some other big techs like AWS, but I ended up at Oracle because our emphasis is around data and data security, and that really becomes the most critical asset for most enterprises. And the relationship with Qualys has been great. But yeah, as a field CISO, I work with state and local government, higher ed, energy and utilities, and this is going to sound a little like left field, but also AI.
Absolutely. We'll talk more about that in a second. So it's interesting, so I've been in security myself for about 30 years. I wasn't always on media. I was on the vendor side and involved in security. And it's interesting, your background and how you got into security is how most of my friends got into security too. We were network people.
Yeah.
And or service desk people, help desk people.
Yeah.
We like to break things and then put them back together so they couldn't be broken so easily. But they didn't have cybersecurity courses in college or schools or stuff. Yeah, you had your CISSP. That was the thing to go for then. But today you get people who come out of school with a cybersecurity
cybersecurity degrees and
crazy.
Yeah.
But and it's funny, and so you could start out in like right field somewhere, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're the CISO of the city of Seattle.
Right.
And it's a long, strange trip. It's great stuff.
Yeah.
Oracle, of course, also has a huge emphasis now in the health care market, right? Headquarters are moving to Nashville. Yeah. A lot of changes at Oracle, but they've always had an emphasis on security because I think they always realized Oracle is about data. Mm-hmm. And data goes together, data security goes to data really close. It never goes out of style.
Yeah.
So it's no surprise to hear about, coming from AWS and the multi-cloud environments winding up at Oracle. And, of course, Oracle Cloud is also like the 4th largest cloud provider, but an interesting thing I heard was if you strip out like Office 365 from Azure and you strip out Google, the Google apps, the Google Office, whatever you want to call it, from GCP, it's not a big difference in size between the 3 of them.
Right, yeah.
So I think people who are not dialed in don't realize how big the Oracle Cloud platform is and how widely used it is. So just putting it out there.
Yeah.
You presented here, though, talking about the Oracle Qualys partnership. I don't think our audience is familiar with it. I'm going to guess a lot of folks aren't. Why don't you kind of tell us a little bit about the partnership?
Yeah, just to kind of to take a step back and talk about the history here. when OCI started to get into cloud, they were a little bit late to the game, but that also gave them the advantage of let's learn from Microsoft, let's learn from AWS, and with that we knew right from the beginning that multi-cloud was going to be important. And so here's a cloud service provider coming in and saying, you know what, we're not the only one.
Right, we don't want to be your
players.
exclusive.
Yeah, and so with that, we now have partnerships with Microsoft, Google, AWS.
Yes,
You can run your databases anywhere. But I know, for me, when I was at CISO, that visibility became so important. I need to know what assets I have out there. I need to have that visibility. And while each cloud provider, including us, we have our own native tools that can give you that visibility into risk. But we also realize that it's important to have that partnership, and we chose Qualys because Qualys has, such a strong risk quantification. And you can use multiple cloud providers. So regardless of where your databases are, you can use multiple cloud providers and get to that consistent rating, which makes it so much easier for our customers to be able to present to the board because they're not having to translate from one cloud provider to another. So we work closely, and as a result, it makes it super easy to just fire up Qualys, and whether it be vulnerability management or whether it be cloud security posture management or inventory. Because of that integration, it makes it really easy so that you don't have to spend all day trying to install and get something set up.
Absolutely. So that cloud agnostic profile is really important because, as you mentioned, Oracle is about multi-cloud, right? You do have strategic partnerships with the other three guys. Now, if you're into risk, this must have been a nice cloud, Qualys Security Conference, QSC, for you, because this was all about risk.
Yeah.
How are you going to translate that to the Oracle customer base now? Or have you already been talking that language and this just kind of gives you more ammunition in the gun?
Yeah, I do have conversations with customers, and certainly every customer is at a different place in their journey. Some just want, what are some free services that are native to my cloud provider that can quickly, show. But a lot of our, more mature customers, they have, multiple cloud providers, and so in terms of quantifying risk, the amount of effort that we put in, as well as Qualys, is able to give you that unified scoring. And what's really what the trend is, I'm seeing CISOs get that seat at the board table more and more. But that means that now you can't talk about, well, here's our CVSS score, or here's this. You got to translate that into
dollars and cents.
Exactly, exactly. So being able to have the risk quantification and say, okay, here's what the actual loss would be, and it's by being able to quantify risk. It's really the same conversations that you have with CFOs.
Yeah.
A CFO is there to let you know, hey, this is a bad financial decision. Hey, we're at risk here, and CISOs kind of come with that same mentality. But we've, security's been lagging behind in terms of the risk quantification that you have with CFOs, and where they can show here's the actual business risk. And I think that we're getting caught up to that. But it does mean that shift in mindset to, how do you take a risk and then quantify it?
Sure.
Yeah.
And it's a shift in language.
Yeah.
Is really, you went from talking one language to a different language. Now, as I said, I wasn't always media. I've been VP of Biz Dev, SVP of Biz Dev, Corp Dev at many companies, several companies. Every successful partnership I've ever done, it's not a one-way partnership. You just don't take what a vendor gives you, and you've got to add something to the mix. So we know what Qualys is doing here. What is Oracle adding to this partnership and to the mix?
Yeah. One of the best is that we integrate so easily. So if you want to do vulnerability scanning, we're already built for that to integrate with Qualys. If you're wanting that visibility across the board by being integrated, we can help you with identity and access management, the encryption, the crypto key management, the network security list, all of those other aspects, so that you have a secure, holistic approach. But we don't have much control over other cloud providers, and that's where Qualys can come in, quickly get spun up within OCI, and now you can have the visibility across the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
How do you think this whole emphasis on risk winds up playing out, in terms of people making decisions about, maybe I shouldn't go across all three clouds. Maybe I should minimize the amount of clouds I'm on. Maybe I should minimize the amount of databases I'm running. Maybe,
Yeah.
it's one thing when stuff's theoretical. It's another thing when stuff gets real.
Yeah.
Right? And so a large part of this true risk score is moving from theoretical to real.
Yeah.
What do you think that'll have a chilling effect on your customer base, or a liberating effect?
Honestly, I think it'll be liberating, and I'll tell you why. I was recently talking to a CIO of an energy sector company, and he was using Qualys along with OCI, and he said that the reason why he really liked Qualys is it gave them same verbiage that was across providers, so it wasn't like AWS calls it this thing, Microsoft calls it this thing. But he said the big benefit that he saw is it made it easy then to translate to his board. And that, he said, it saved him so much time from having to take this report and trying to synthesize it together, and always wondering, are you synthesizing it together correctly? And so I find that at least for the customers I talk to, that it's liberating to be able to empower them and say, here's a true risk score that they can easily translate and share with the board.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Andrew, I want to thank you for coming on here,
thank
man.
you.
This is a great conversation. I didn't really know about the Oracle Qualys partnership, so I'm sure a lot of people in our audience didn't either.
Yeah.
Keep it up, man. Let's see where it goes.
All right.
All righty.
Thank you.
Oracle Cloud, Field CISO.
Yeah. You're getting it.
We'll get it there.
Yeah.
We're taking a break. We're live in San Diego. We're back in a bit with some more great interviews, and we'll wrap up our coverage later today. You're watching Techstrong TV.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
Real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secured by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you...
Hey everyone, we're back here live at QSC, Qualys Security Conference in San Diego, continuing our day 2 coverage. It's like 2 in the afternoon here, so moving along, but we still got about 2-3 hours worth of good interviews and guests coming on. Let me introduce you to 2 of our next guests. My extreme right is Andrew Morissette. Andrew is with Qualys. He's Senior Product Manager for Endpoint Security. Andrew, welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here, man.
Yeah.
All right. And to my near right is Larry Lawrence. He's actually Larry Lawrence Jr., but we do have a Larry Lawrence III. He might be on an NFL game on a Sunday near you one day in the next, I don't know, 20-something years or something,
We
right?
can hope.
Yeah, you and me both. Larry, Andrew, welcome to Techstrong TV. So, Andrew, I mentioned you work with Qualys, right? You're the endpoint product. Larry, you work with
Midwestern Pet Foods.
Midwestern Pet Foods, and you guys are approaching your 100th.
We started in business in 1926. We're coming up on our 100th year, and we couldn't do that if we were still behind the times, doing the books on pen and paper and, moving forward. So even though we are a pet food manufacturer, we still have to have today's latest and greatest cyber.
Let me tell you something. The pet food industry, so I'll tell you a little secret. 1993, I had gone to law school. I was a practicing attorney, and I was dabbling in computers, and I knew I didn't want to do law. I was looking for something to do. A friend of mine wanted to open a pet food store. I said, I'll put some money into it. And we opened a pet food store, and it was in Valley Stream, Long Island. And it was the Pet Gourmet was the name. And I learned an awful lot about the pet food and the pet
Oh, yeah.
product business doing that. Didn't make a lot of money, but
Never do.
you know, because you couldn't compete with the big box stores, right? It was a different
Right.
world too. But I forgot what the number is, but you probably know this. How big is the pet food and pet, industry in the U.S.? It's billions and
It
billions
is
and billions
quite a
of
few
dollars.
billion
Yeah.
dollars.
Tens of billions, and that, not just in the U.S. You go to Europe and other parts of the world, it's the same thing. We spare no expense.
Yeah, well, and just to follow up on some of that, we ship to over 70 countries
Do
around
you?
the world our
Yeah.
products. So it's not just a
U.S. thing.
U.S. business. This is an international business that we deal
Sure
with.
is. So anybody who thinks it's some, hazy, lazy kind of operations that has not, especially now when it's people grade food and it's all kinds of inspections and there's organics and there's, as we were talking off camera, sourcing
Yes.
ingredients for the supply chain here, which is something we could relate to in security, is it's a big time job.
It is, and we have to answer to some of the same entities as what your yogurt manufacturers
Absolutely.
do, or your milk manufacturers, your dairy farmers. We have to deal with the FDA. We have to deal with the inspections, and we follow the same line and same rules and regulations that every other food manufacturer out there does.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, it also makes you a target.
Of course. I
Right,
mean,
'cause This is why we can't have nice things in this world, right?
Yeah,
There's a lot of bad people.
for everyone that wants to sit there and help you along, whether it's purchasing your product, helping word get out, you always have those one or two people that want to tear you down. They want a piece of what you have. Those are the bad actors out there. And in today's world, if business doesn't follow along those security mindsets, they don't think about those bad actors, they're dooming themselves to failure.
Oh, absolutely. It's only a matter of time. So you guys are presenting kind of on stage right after this.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, most of the people watching this live are not going to be there. Why don't you give them a little preview about what you guys are presenting on?
Well, Andrew, since you're first in that session, I'm going to let you go first.
Yeah.
Go ahead, lay the foundation,
You've probably
Andrew. Lay
heard
it
from
down.
a lot of people you've interviewed so far from the Qualis side. We want to obviously expose what we're doing to the world, but not just us talking about our product, but exemplifying it in action, right? So I will do the portion of that I am called to duty to do, which is explaining how we're doing things a little bit differently for endpoint security, where we're seeing gaps, how we can help customers. But then again, how does that all come together in reality? Because we spend a lot of time building products, and if we don't interconnect with where the rubber meets the road, we're just creating things in the background that don't actually help the customers. And so the presentation is on what we've been working on, what our solution looks like, and then again, more importantly, we're doing a interview style like this where I'll ask Larry pretty much the same questions, which is good. It's powerful, right? And then everybody in the room is in Larry's position in terms of, I have so much to manage, not enough time, not enough budget. Do I have everything covered? The things that keep you up at night.
Yeah. Excuse me. I'm going to follow up after that about telling some of Midwestern's story and journey. And I don't want to spoil that, even though your audience is getting a preview or a sneak peek of what I'm getting ready to talk about in that keynote session. But, I want to tell our story. I want to tell the story of the journey that we've taken with Qualis to move ourselves into a more secure digital footprint. Protecting ourselves, me protecting the company from the bad actors out there.
Sure.
So, even though I don't want to give away too much of what I'm going to talk about in that meeting,
Well, you can't be a tease, Larry.
Well,
you got to lay something out here
your
for these
viewers
people.
can always watch because it's going to be posted on the web on Qualis's site.
Not all of them gets posted. Not all of them.
I have a
not on
sneaking suspicion
Techstrong
this one
TV?
will.
It'll be on. It's not on Techstrong TV though. You want to be a
So-
star, or don't you?
Well, you know, let's move this direction.
Go
then. Because I don't want to steal my thunder for what I'm
No, go ahead.
prepared for with Qualis. But, you know, there's a plethora of options that Midwestern Pet Foods went through with Qualis. And I'm going to say, even with 2024's threat report that come out, one of the biggest things that everyone needs to worry about is still one of the same ones that's been out for the past 5 years, is unpatched systems. You know, and that's
Longer
what
than
started,
5 years.
Well, it's been in the top 3 on the threat report for the past 5 years. So that's where our journey started with Qualis. You know, patching systems is something that becomes very daunting. The more systems you got, the more geographic area that you have to cover with sales teams, with offices, the harder it becomes to touch each and every one of those systems to get them updated and patched. You know, that's something that Qualis excels in. You know, their patch management system is very easy, very simplistic, very quick to go through and implement from any IT manager's standpoint. You don't need a team of 20 to do an implementation in here. You need one person and a dedicated technical account manager to implement that system and secure yourself. And best bang for the buck, if you're starting out with securing your systems, that is step one that I feel that most people need to get in there and do.
So Larry, I haven't always been on this side of the camera, you know. But I've got 30 years in security. Patching systems has been a problem for all 30 of those years. As a matter of fact, it's if you read the Verizon data breach reports and stuff like that, 85% plus of incidents are from known vulnerabilities, right? That people didn't patch.
Yeah.
Now, the real issue is though, are you just patching as soon as the patches come out, or are you testing those patches before you install them to make sure they don't break nothing?
We have to go through a testing. If not, we wind up in the same issue as CrowdStrike. Yeah. So we don't want a July incident in our business.
And I'm not going to ask you to say anything that'll get you in trouble, and don't give up family recipes here, but when you go through that testing phase before you apply a patch, what's your average mean time to apply that patch from when it becomes available?
We have a basic SOC plan that says that when that patch has come out, patch day +1, it needs to be in our testing environment.
1 day. That's fantastic.
That's for our testing environment. And then patch day +5, all of those critical patches, everything that's deemed 4 or 5, need to be in our production environment. So we're patch day +5 for complete systematic rollout.
I don't know if you had a chance to see the keynote this morning from Marsh McLennan. Did you see that guy?
I've been in a number of interviews today. I might have missed that one.
So he was the keynote, and so Marsh McLennan's a 150-year-old company, a lot of insurance, reinsurance, and stuff like that. This guy was out of MIT. If you get a chance, and they do post it, check that one out. So they've run these numbers backwards, forwards, 6 ways from Sunday. And what he said is the threshold for, and this is for the cybersecurity insurance industry is now using that on what they should charge you for a policy. They say that the threshold is 7 days for critical patch. 7 days from the time that patch is released. If you are not getting it done within 7 days, you're a risk.
Yeah.
Or your risk is much higher, and subsequently your premium is going to be higher. If you're doing it less than 7, you're in that green zone, right? So +5 is good for you, right? You're with less than the 7. That's a great thing, right?
What are you saying? You should check on his insurance premium?
Tell him you do a little rebate.
Well, you know, insurance is not my purview.
No, that's usually
I'm-
over on the CFO side of the house, right?
Mine is going to be, ensuring that we have the most accurate, the most up to date, and the most secure systems for our people to work on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, of course, excuse me, not every vulnerability has a patch,
Correct.
right? There's other ways there's more than one way to skin the cat, right? There's
Right.
other ways to remediate. What do you guys do around that? Because the nice thing about Qualys, for instance, is usually when they give you a vulnerability, they tell you, here are ways to mitigate, remediate, and not all of them are a patch. Maybe I got to shut that port off at my router, or, we used to call that virtual patching.
Yes.
And, or there's other things I can do.
Yeah, communication patching like that is, something that can happen. It's usually a last-ditch effort or a last resort.
Until something comes out.
Until a hard line patch comes out. But that's another beautiful thing about the Qualys software is I can run pre-patch and post-patch jobs as well. When I schedule out these jobs for deployment, if it is a registry change that needs to be made or registry keys need to be added, you add those into the pre or the post-patch job, and as it's going through and doing all of those patches that it does have a quote-unquote patch for, you can add those registry keys or you can make those registry changes. And that's a very good thing to have happen. Now, again, there's always that one or two off that's out there. One that I can think of is the curl overflow right now that's very predominant. That's a manual update within the system. That's something that you can't quite kick
Automate,
off.
right.
So, I'm not going to say that Qualys solution is going to be the end-all, be-all for never having to touch individual systems. I would be lying at that point.
Well, and no one would believe you.
Yeah, exactly.
Quite honestly, right? Because nothing is like that.
Nothing. But for that 98, 99, 99.5% that's out there, it's a perfect solution, and it's a good first step. It's something that needs to be in your primary security stack.
I think that's a good place to end this right there, man. All right, thank you. Where are you from, by the way?
I'm from Evansville, Indiana, where we're headquartered at.
All right, very cool. I could tell from that New York accent.
Nice
Andrew,
meeting you.
pleasure
Yeah,
having you
pleasure.
here, man. Good luck on there. Keep up the great work at Midwest Pet Food, right?
I definitely will.
All right, man. Keep doing what you do. We're live. We're in San Diego. We're going to have another guest here in a minute. You're watching Techstrong TV. Guys.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day to day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hey everyone, we're back here in San Diego. I'm really happy to have this gentleman right here next to me. We just spent 10 minutes talking about fish. Not fish that you eat, though I guess you could eat them if they get big enough. But fish, tropical fish and saltwater fish and fish tanks and aquariums and stuff like that. And it's a subject I love and I talk about all day. I want to introduce you to Theo Bowman. Theo, first of all, welcome to Techstrong TV. Thank you for coming on here with us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I'm going to let you, if you don't mind, share with our audience a little bit about your journey and how you came here today.
My journey is it's an interesting one. I've been in security.
They're all interesting in security. We attract interesting stories.
So I've been in security about 5 years now. Hit the ground running with this is actually my first job, actually.
In security. Good for you.
Basically. So before that, I was coaching basketball.
Really?
High school, training.
I have a background. We'll talk offline, but I coached for a long time myself.
Yeah.
Football more, but.
Yeah, so joined on with a company, Cardtronics, world's largest ATM provider servicer. They passed over the vulnerability management program to me. It was like, here, Theo. Had a very good CISO leader.
Mm-hmm.
My direct management and the whole team was good at mentoring me and bringing me through the ropes. And now I guess you can say I'm the guy when it comes to vulnerability.
You're the guy.
Yeah.
You're the guy.
Yeah.
All right. And you work for NCR Atleos.
Atleos, yes.
Atleos. Now you were at Cardtronics. Cardtronics got acquired
by NCR.
By NCR.
Yes.
All right. Take me from there to here.
Well, so as you said, we got acquired by NCR, which is National Cash Register, all the POS systems,
Sure.
ATMs. You go to Walmart, it's a big one, and you use the self-serve. You see NCR there, so that's us. And so we got acquired by them, and during the integration process, they decided, hey, we can make two companies, and so they decided to make two companies.
So they forked off.
Forked off. We still kind of together, but we actually two different companies. So you have the inside NCR Vork side, and you have the NCR Atleos side. And I'm on the Atleos side, which we deal primarily with all the ATMs.
One was more hardware and one's more software related.
Yes.
So you're on the software side.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I've been in, as I mentioned to you, security for 30 years. And one of the biggest things I found and one of the biggest developments over these past 30 years is when I first got in, no self-respecting enterprise would admit to having open source software in their product or in their shop because open source software was a no-no. There was no throat to choke if something went bad. They didn't know, the source code was available to anyone so they could be hacked. And so the rule of thumb was enterprises didn't use open source software. Open source software was for hobby people, crazy nerdy people who want to experiment, but enterprises don't use it. Well, that's changed, right? Today, virtually every enterprise uses open source software.
Right.
And most of the applications we use are predominantly open source components, right, that are kind of stitched together, 70–80% of the code. But open source software, and I'm not saying it's less secure than non-open source software, but it has security issues.
Right.
Right? And the way the market and the industry has responded is like they treat it different. Like we have Qualys has had a vulnerability scanner for 25 years. And it's a good vulnerability. It was good 25 years ago, it's better today. But we have special vulnerability scanners for open source software, right? I call them software composition analysis, SCA.
Right.
You call them SW.
CA,
but it's the same thing. And it's not just Qualys. It's not like Qualys is an outlier. Every one of the vulnerability companies have SCA scanners. Let me start there with you, Theo. Do you think we need a separate scanner for open source, or should it be part of just the regular scanner we use?
I think it should be part of the regular scanner that we use.
Me too.
Right? The less you gotta put your hands on something or to activate something, the better.
Well, the less tools you have, the simpler things are, you would think, right?
Right.
But that being said, there are specific challenges with open source, especially when we talk about software supply chains. You know, everybody talks about SBOMs now. Talk to me about, and again, I know you're going to present, so
right.
Whatever you're presenting is out there. I don't want you to get in trouble saying anything proprietary. But talk to me about some of your challenges with this.
So before, we had a big challenge on remediating third-party vulnerabilities, right? And so with the implementation of, SWCA, SCA, so we're cutting that on. We found that it was a lot of stuff that we didn't know about, right? So that helped us a lot, and then it helped us really assess our risks for the company, knowing those vulnerabilities that was out there. Yeah,
absolutely. When we talk about third-party vulnerabilities like that, right? Like the SolarWinds case a couple of years ago. That was actually out in Dallas, wasn't it?
Yeah,
SolarWinds
case, Log4j case. Yeah.
And it's given rise to this whole SBOM thing, right? Where software bill of materials, so we know what components are in our software. Has that kind of impacted you guys yet? Are you starting to look at SBOMs to look at your stuff, or?
We're starting to look at it. We're starting to look into it, but so with some of those vulnerabilities, for us anyway, they're not as easily fixable as just as applying a patch.
No.
Right.
Well, the problem is because that's not your software.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
We had an issue with a company with some software we was using. It actually had Log4j in it, and but it wasn't us. It was them. It was and so which we had to get them to update their stuff so we can not be vulnerable on that end.
So what kind of leverage did you use to get them to update it?
We just told them we're not going to use it anymore.
Yeah, well, that'll do it for you, right?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what it takes, right?
Right.
And because a lesson I learned very early on in security is when that customer is yelling at you because you got a vulnerability and you telling them, well, it really isn't my vulnerability, it was some third-party vulnerability that got into my software, that don't make them feel any better.
Right.
Right? So it's on, the buck stops with who they paid money to.
Right.
And that's, I think, a lesson that all of our audiences probably learned the hard way, right? The thing about security is you're responsible for the product you put out into market in terms of security.
Right.
And they don't want to hear that it was someone else's fault down in the supply chain. How's Qualys help you with this?
Oh, wow. I mean, Qualys has done great things for us because originally during the integration process when we was all a part of NCR, we was going to be Rapid7.
Familiar with them?
Familiar with that, yeah. I was glad when we said we wasn't going to do that anymore, but that's another story.
You said it, not me. Hey, I might be at their conference next week. You don't know, but go ahead.
Don't want to get you in trouble.
I'm only kidding. I'm not going to be at their conference, but
right,
it's okay.
Right. But so it's to have everything in one console in one space is big, right?
Yeah.
And then with all the flexibility and the integrations that it has, with a lot of the tooling that we use, it's great. So it's done big things for us.
Good for you, man. How much time do you spend, you think, on just on the SCA part of it, on this software composition analysis, scanning, remediation? Because it's not patching, as you said. A lot of times it's third-party stuff. But how much time is that?
We spend a little time on it, not as much as that we would like to, right? Just because we need to assess it, and then so it's a lot of risks out there. But our teams, they need to figure out how to remediate some of that stuff. Right. And so it's, I mean, it could be difficult at times, but far as like doing the scanning and all that kind of stuff, it's on autopilot, really.
Yeah, well, that's the nice thing about Qualys is it is. Let me ask you about the remediation. Who does the remediation? Is that your team, or does that get kicked over the fence to like DevOps or Ops or developers?
Yeah, it gets kicked over to the fence to our either DBA team, networking team, sysadmin team. We have the integration with ServiceNow. We use the Qualys VMDR plugin in ServiceNow. The VMDR plugin and core.
So that tracks your whole ITSM kind of.
Yep. And so we pretty much do a data ingest into ServiceNow daily, right? And so so it's not real time. So we're like 24 hours behind on when the vulnerability is discovered and when it's ticketed and put out for the teams to go fix it.
That's fantastic. That's good stuff. So ServiceNow, the ServiceNow Qualys integration is an important piece of the puzzle for you.
Yes.
Very cool, man.
Yeah, it was manual before we had that. That's tough.
So let me ask you, because the most often question, you know, I got kids, my boys are 25 and 23, they're just graduating college, law school and stuff. A lot of their friends have gone to school for cybersecurity. And the question they ask me all the time is, how do I break in? How do you get that first job in cybersecurity? Man. What advice can you give them?
Keep trying. Just keep trying and keep applying. And just, that's big. And ask questions. Like if you know somebody that's in the industry, ask them if they can get you on, even if it's at, if it's doing help desk, whatever. If you're already working with a company, but you want to go into cybersecurity, see if they can move you around to be on the security team, right? So, honestly, just don't quit. Just keep trying.
I love it. Theo, congratulations, man. I appreciate you coming on here today. Knock them dead on your presentation.
Oh, okay.
I did that. We are live in San Diego. Theo Bowman.
All right.
Here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We got more people coming on. Stay tuned.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day to day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day to day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
Hey everyone, we're back here in San Diego, and we are happy to have this gentleman. You know, we were just reminiscing. You know, the security world's a very small world, as big as it's gotten, and it's a lot bigger than when you and I first got involved in it. But it's still a very, you know, incestuous world where the connections are all, there's layers and layers of them. I want to introduce you to Sandeep Podar.
That's right.
Now, Sandeep is with Qualys today. But Sandeep and I first met 9 years ago, 9 years ago.
Yeah, around then, yes.
He was at White Hat Security at the time. He was the security guy at White Hat Security, which was one of the pioneers in application security, AppSec. And then went from there to Tenable, which then acquired White Hat, right? So
they acquired Bit Discovery.
Bit Discovery is by Jeremiah, which is an asset management company. And
that's right.
But still, Jeremiah Grossman was the founder of White Hat, founded Bit Discovery. That's right. And now you're here at Qualys.
That's right.
So, welcome.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to.
Always a pleasure, my friend. How do you tell us what you do at Qualys?
So I'm the Senior Director of Product Management for our flagship offering, VMDR. Mm-hmm. And I'm privileged to work with a very passionate team, essentially drive
both strategy and execution for the VMDR offering, and this is a dream. So
yeah, no, for a security guy, right? It's a catbird seat of a job. So VMDR is, of course, the flagship, the heart of the entire Qualys suite of products. Started off as just your kind of regular vulnerability scan, a Qualys Guard, I think it was called.
That's right.
Back in the day. It was a vulnerability scanner. But today, tell us what else besides just pure vulnerability scanning
sure. So
is encompassed in it.
We look at it more holistically. There are essentially 4 aspects of real vulnerability management, and that's why it's VMDR. So we want to make sure that we are discovering all of the assets, essentially your entire attack surface. Once you've discovered these assets, so you know both the known and the unknown assets, then the next step is to now assess them for vulnerabilities and misconfigurations, and then make sure that as you're assessing these vulnerabilities, which you're going to have a ton, you are then applying effective prioritization methodologies on top of that to make sure that you are able to prioritize the most riskiest vulnerabilities and misconfigurations first. And then that's when a lot of other tools and other products stop, right? All you want to do is basically, do you want to create a report and then send it over to the other side, the IT team, to go and remediate it? No, we don't stop there. We go also to the R piece of it, where after prioritization, we also not just provide you remediation patches, but we will also help you to respond to it. So what do I mean by response? A response can be sending an email to somebody or creating a ticket into your ITSM system. A response can also be to actually go and patch it or automate a particular patch. It can also be there's no patch available. Let's say it's a vulnerability that doesn't have a patch yet. So you are then able to also mitigate that. And worst thing is, and many times you and I sometimes forget to restart your system or apply a particular patch when we know the IT team has worked hard to provide it. Basically isolate that system so that it does not basically...
It's not reachable.
It's not
if it's not reachable, it's not exploitable.
Yeah. This entire cycle is a repeatable cycle, and that's what VMDR provides. Discovery of assets, assessing those assets for vulnerabilities and misconfigurations, prioritizing so that you're able to pick the most critical, the most riskiest vulnerabilities and misconfigurations, and then essentially responding to it by either communicating with the teams that own it or automatically, in this case, patch it or mitigate it.
Now, the interesting thing is, from up until the VMDR, this basically used to take about 4 companies, 4 different vendors, right? And then they had to work together, hopefully, sometimes, to communicate this. And it made for a very clunky, I mean, it was a system that didn't work, right? And this was a big problem in vulnerability management for many years, right? And that was just vulnerability scans post-deployment. We're not even talking about AppSec kind of scans, pre-deployment, if you will, and stuff like that. So one of the the thing that makes VMDR what it is it brings all of this together in one interface.
That's correct. So we don't look at it as a siloed.
Not anymore. Asset
management was not even part of vulnerability management.
No, you had to have that because you had to know what to scan before you could scan.
Exactly.
But now that's all piece, and there's another piece. I don't know if you mentioned it, I missed it. The agent.
Yes.
Vulnerability management to us used to be I could do what we call an internal scan behind your firewall, or I could do an external scan, give you that hacker's eye view, we used to call it, right? Cloud came along. If you told me what cloud assets you have, I might be able to scan them from back here, depending what the cloud provider let me have access to. But now with agents, we don't play that game as much anymore, right? You still can do that 360-degree scan, if you want to call it that. But with the agent, I have much more insight into really what's the state of any particular system or node.
That's right. So we approach this with a sensor approach, right? So we want to have the network scanners and the agents, because these are essentially complementary technologies. What the agent is providing you is an inside-out view into your assets information, and a scanner on the other hand is providing you an outside-in. So instead of trying to choose one over the other, we want to make sure that we are providing the best of both worlds. Additionally, we also have passive scanners, which is looking at your network packets. Essentially, the idea is to be able to identify known and unknown assets out there, and like I said, assess them for all vulnerabilities in different manners, and make sure that we provide the best coverage. Because if we are not able to provide the best coverage, that really means that there are holes that our customers basically are not able to see.
So this is a very unique to Qualys type of offering, to get all of this in one interface, one vendor, one throat to choke,
and one agent.
And
So
one
our
agent
one
too.
agent
How many times
takes care of all of that? So yes.
Because God knows the world doesn't need more agents, right? We have
Exactly.
enough agents. Now there's another piece we roll into this, and that's the true risk score, right?
Right.
And in my mind, what this does is it translates security talk to business talk.
So true risk is very interesting. We started with the world where prioritizing of these vulnerabilities was being used. We were using different sorts of parameters.
CVS and
CVSS.
right.
And at CVSS has now come with CVSS 2.0, and then 3.0, there's 4.0 that is upcoming as well. The problem with CVSS is that CVSS, and this is what we analyzed, that CVSS categorizes 52% of all CVEs as critical or high, which means every other vulnerability that CVSS
And if they're all critical or high, that
if
makes
everything
it.
is critical, then nothing is.
That's then nothing, exactly.
So that's the problem with CVSS. I like to call it the problem of false positives. There's another newer way of scoring vulnerabilities, which is EPSS, the Exploit Prediction Scoring System.
Yeah.
I think it's around 3 or 4 years old now. There's a newer version that has come, but it looks at the probability of a vulnerability to be exploited in the next 30 days.
Okay.
The problem with EPSS, however, is that only 2% of the vulnerabilities that
Are
it
exploitable.
makes are called exploitable. It even ignores the vulnerabilities that are currently being exploited, but still basically starts rating them low. So this is a problem of the false negatives, right? Too
Yeah.
few. What TruRisk does is essentially marries both. As a matter of fact, CVSS is providing you the exposure context, the EPSS is providing you the exploit context, and both are important. I'm not saying we have to choose. We need to just ingest
both of them go into the equation.
TruRisk goes one step further. It also looks at evidence of these exploits, the third E. And not just that, it also breaks in the fourth E, which is your enterprise business context. Marries
And to me,
all
that's the most important thing.
That's exactly right.
Because what might be a critical vulnerability for you is not a critical vulnerability
Or for that
me.
matter, between the same two assets, the same vulnerability
Right.
would basically take shape of a form of a different
Sure,
criticality.
it all depends. It depends on my network setup.
That's right. So
Is
there's a
it
lot of
exploitable,
context that is
reachable?
required, and that's what TruRisk does.
Absolutely. But now what we're seeing is the true risk becoming, or working with this true risk management, where we're talking the language of business.
That's right. So we announced yesterday TruRisk 2.0. And in case of TruRisk 2.0, we are expanding the risk sources and the risk factors that we supported in TruRisk 1.0. So now TruRisk 2.0 not only supports your IT hosts, it also supports web applications, it supports cloud resources, it supports cloud workloads, it supports AI, LLM. So it's basically a complete coverage of all of your risk sources. In terms of risk factors, it's now looking at not just vulnerabilities, but also misconfigurations, incidents, anything that we are ingesting from our third-party partners and connectors. So TruRisk 2.0 is more expansive, but it's also more accurate. We have fine-tuned the algorithms that we use to correlate all of this data together and spit out a number that we believe now is more accurate. It doesn't use averages or mean times. It instead uses a very nuanced precision formula so that the scoring that it is producing, especially when we're ingesting third-party data, is very accurate. So that's what TrueRisk does. And like you rightly said, TrueRisk goes one step further, where we are not only providing you numbers or vague numbers to it, but if we've configured the new ETM module that we launched yesterday, you're also able to quantify it using currency, right? You're able to provide dollar value.
Dollar values.
And now that starts driving prioritization decision, your budget decision.
Well, it starts enabling the board to look at this from a business context.
Precisely.
Because the board doesn't understand that we have 23% critical vulnerabilities and only 4% not critical vulnerabilities, or I've remediated 62%. That's gibberish to them.
Exactly.
They want to know what risk exposure do I have here?
Precisely. And they would like to not just quantify it, but they would like to also track it, measure it. They
Absolutely,
want to make sure
month to month.
The investments that they have made are producing the ROI that was essentially promised.
Well, and that's probably the single biggest problem in the security industry is the board is saying, you're asking me for more money. I've been giving you money for the last 10 years. Where's the ROI? I'm still as vulnerable as I was. I'm still getting breached. I'm still getting, where is, I don't see the reduction in risk. You're telling me I'm more secure, but we don't see it.
That is the golden question. I was talking to a customer earlier today, and his board was asking just one question every time the CISO went to the board to ask for more money. Are we secure yet?
Yeah.
And that's the precise question that we want to answer by providing the CRQ, the chief, the cyber risk quantification.
It's an exciting time.
It is.
I'm looking forward to see how this plays out.
Same here. Thank you.
Sandeep, it's always a pleasure. It's good
Same
to
here.
see you, man. All right. We're live in San Diego. We've got a few more. Yeah, we got a few more to go. Really good content here. I hope you guys are enjoying us here at Qualys Security Conference, QSC. We'll be back in a moment. Stay tuned. You're watching Techstrong TV.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
Hey everyone, we're back in San Diego. It's been a crazy 2 days here. I don't even know how many interviews we've done, but it's a lot. And we've got a good spectrum of different topics. But this is one we haven't spoken about. It's one I haven't spoken about probably in 2-3 years, to be real. PCI, right? The original big stick in security, getting people to actually do something about their security. I want to introduce you to Jerry Hughes of Compass IT Compliance. And first of all, Jerry, welcome to Techstrong TV, man. It's great to have you here.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having us.
No, it's our pleasure. Jerry, tell our audience a little bit about your personal story.
Sure. So I'm an IT security kind of a geek, right? I'm an IT security professional my whole life, you know, and I've been working with different organizations, helping them become compliant, right? And over the years, before the hair was gray,
at least you got hair, man. Be happy.
We've seen changes. We've seen changes, right? You know, sooner you get controls in place, and the threat landscape changes everything. So PCI, what a good time for the topic. This is the biggest change in the 17 years I've been a qualified security assessor. Oh, it's unbelievable.
I want to jump into that, but before we do, tell us a little bit about Compass.
Sure. So Compass IT Compliance, I'm one of the co-founders. My business partner, Bill DePalma, and I started this thing really over 20 years ago, branded as Lighthouse Computer Services, and we rebranded 15 years ago now as Compass, and it's been a great ride. I mean, all the changes out there in the world, you know, we've grown the team, and you know, we've been through 2 banking crises, COVID-19. You know, what else could you? What more challenges? And we've grown to about 45 employees.
Well, but you know, if you had 2 wars going on your scorecard, you might have won some money there.
Yeah.
Where are you guys based?
So we're based out of North Providence, Rhode Island.
Oh, I love it. Good people.
Rhode Island's a great place. Yeah.
Yeah, Providence.
Sure.
Providence is nice too. We were up in the summer.
Nice.
All right. Actually, before we go further too, if people want to go look up the website, what's the website?
Yes, it's compassitc.com, Compass Information Technology Compliance.com.
So compassitc.com, and Compass is with 2 S's. All right, Jerry, let's jump in. So big changes in PCI. Tell us about
big changes. At the beginning of this year, they rolled out version 4.0.
Yes.
And it is significant. 64 major changes, and of those, 13 went right into effect, and the other 51 are going to go into effect by March 31st, 2025.
All 51 will go in, or it's phased in?
Nope. It jumps right from the 13 going in immediately, and then the additional 51 will jump right in. So it's organizations need to start early planning and preparing for. We perform a number of different gap analysis to see where you are relative to where you need based on the changes that PCI brings forward. So it's a lot. And if you start late, if you start late, you might be behind.
Why all 51 at that time? That's kind of like arbitrary.
Yeah, so you actually start with 13 right away, and then they give you almost a year really from the time it was rolled out. You get a year to kind of get your arms around it, and some of those are really big though. So the council has always recommended that you get with a QSA company. That's what we do, and we consult with organizations saying, hey, listen, these changes are big. Let me show you them and show you where you need to be again based on the changes, and we try to help you get there. And it's fun. I like what we do. We help organizations.
Yep. So there was a time where I did a lot of work in the PCI space. And one of the things I remember most about it is, you had level 1 merchants, level 4 merchants, and a level 4 merchant, they were small guys. They just had to fill out their self-assessment questionnaire and go on their way. Level 1 guys needed a QSA to get their act together. Is that still?
That is still in place, and that's governed by the brands.
Right.
So so the primary brands, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover. JCB. Yeah, and JCB.
Yep.
And those are still driving the DSS. But the enforcement comes from the acquiring banks, not the council.
Yes.
So Visa they're the ones who set the limit of 6 million transactions and over by any one brand, and you're level 1, and that's where the big work comes in.
That's what it comes into.
Oh yeah.
So if I asked you to summarize, look, there's 64.
Big ones.
But give me the top 5.
I will. I'll tell you one of the biggest ones, and this is great for this conference because we've been partners with Qualys since, for 17 years as well. And one of the biggest ones is the requirement for authenticated scans. So that's a big game changer, and they've got a great platform that they've had out for a little while now, which allows us to deal with cloud computing. So you're essentially installing agents on systems, not to go too geeky, but installing agents on systems.
Our audience is geeky, because really the problem is scanning cloud systems. Unless you got an agent on there,
for sure,
you're not getting in.
That's right.
And it's the cloud provider who controls that.
And honestly, as you look at it, it makes sense, right? You need these big providers. These cloud solutions takes a lot of the other risk away. It shifts the risk to them to a degree.
Well, it's a hyperscale.
That's right. That's right. And so I probably can't name a client or two. There's not too many clients that aren't using any kind of a cloud solution for sure.
For some part of it.
For sure. Yeah, so that platform is phenomenal, and I tell you what, it was exciting too. One of the new ones, and I missed that, I had some business calls, but I'll tell you what, I'm excited about the AI solution. Was it Total AI? Have you guys seen this thing?
Yes.
Unbelievable. I was talking to folks over dinner last night about it. It's going to be a game changer because when I was asked before, like, hey, what do you see for new technologies, new challenges? And AI, everybody's using it.
It sucks the oxygen out of every conversation, right?
But people use, it's like with any technology, people use and misuse it. Because you know why? Here's why. You're very excited, you got a new product, new offering, new delivery channel. I want to get it out there. But I'm a buzzkill because I'm like, well, slow down. We want to do it, but we want to do it in a safe, secure way. So we want to risk assess before we go live. We want to data classify it appropriately. So we know what kind of data it's going to have, what kind of risk it brings to the table.
Where did that data come from?
Exactly. So the full life cycle of the data, so you're mapping data flows and encryption at rest and in motion. It's huge. It is exciting.
It's going to be a big thing.
It really is.
So we've got accredited scans.
Yes.
What are some of the other big ones?
Some of the others, and this is unfortunately a long time in coming. I'm like, passwords. They only required a length of 7 for a while. Until just now, finally they say, let's go to 12. I should have been like that forever. And
look, so I've been in security 30 years. I'm not always one of these people, but for the life of me, I don't understand why we still use passwords.
Right, I know. I don't know. I tell you, I can't answer that either. We need stronger passphrases. At least one of the changes.
It's a pain in the ass.
Oh, for sure.
Look, the average person. Forget the average company.
Yeah.
The average person has 150 plus passwords.
Yes.
They want you to have a unique password for all 150. Change them every 90 days. They got to be 12 characters plus long.
Oh, and don't write them down. Don't write them down.
And don't write them down. You got to use a password manager, which got hacked 3 times already.
I've got.
And so.
Yeah.
There's got to be a better mousetrap here.
Well, I'll tell you what, one of the big changes that came in, they bring up too, is, they've had MFA forever, multi-factor authentication.
Yes.
And now they finally enforce it on all user access to the cardholder data environment.
It's time.
It's about time, right? And
I like that. I like passkeys.
Sure. Yep. And passphrases, long passphrases.
Yep.
I think these things are going to help us protect those environments because you're right, password is useless. It's too easy to hack and it's been done a million times. I don't need to show you that, right?
Yep.
So that's one of the other bigger changes that are out there with it. And I think that will help organizations reduce their risk to reasonable levels. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Let me give you another thing. These are Alan's pet peeves with PCI, okay?
Let's go. We could talk all day on this, Alan.
All right.
Trust me.
All right. So this whole concept of anyone who was ever breached was not PCI compliant, because the fact you were breached means
You
you're
read the
not
same thing I
PCI
did.
compliant.
Oh my God,
right?
this guy's great.
Yeah, so, but that's nonsense.
I'm going to call BS too. And when I read that, that's truly what he said was accurately exactly what the council said. And they said that if you were compromised, it's because you weren't PCI compliant.
Right.
In theory, you can kind of see what they mean by that.
I get it.
But a
And, you know,
QSA
it's a
went
moment in
and might have
time.
tested. I know, it's a moment in time. So my biggest advice to anybody listening to this thing is remember, it's not a moment in time. You need to be continuously compliant. It's not just because I came in and I attested to your compliance at that day when I left point in time. No, it's 365 days a year, 24 hours each day, and you have to be maintaining the compliance. The other big thing you're asking of changes, one of the other ones is what they're calling targeted risk assessments. And this is where—
I love this.
Yeah, right? Risk-based, who doesn't? I mean, I've been doing IT audit in all verticals for years. And the banking industry I came from always was using risk-based approach. And finally, the PCI is really embracing it more. They always had requirements in Section 12 for having risk management program. And they just amped it up. They said, look, if you're looking to roll out a new product or service, assess it in advance, right? Let's risk rank it. It makes sense. Why go live? You'll get there, but do it safely, do it securely, and then you're ready to roll it out. That's just common sense, I think.
I don't disagree with you at all, man. Here's what about disclosure? Anything new with disclosure requirements?
So you mean there's a lot of there's
like if of a breach or something
the breach
like
things,
that.
Yeah, that's been in place for a while, but that's
We
more
need
stringent
better.
too.
I
do need
got to
better.
be honest with
Absolutely.
you, Jerry. Every week I get about these many letters.
Yeah.
Hey, you've been the victim of a breach. I'm giving you a year free of Experian,
I know,
or
right?
Equifax, or there's some new one now that does all three. Great, but meanwhearle, my Social Security number's up there and everything else.
One of our businesses, Compass CyberGuard, the head of it, Jesse Roberts, is phenomenal. He could scare us both, and I've been in this and you've been in this industry forever.
Yeah.
He goes on the dark web through special browsers, brings up the businesses that do these ransomware attacks, and you could find information on almost anything.
Everything.
It is scary.
It is
You
scary.
buy it and you got it, and it's
But
tough.
I'm concerned, are companies disclosing, like they've made it painless to disclose the breach?
Yes.
You know,
It's getting better.
You think it's?
I think it's getting a little better, and it's not just with PCI; it's other verticals with confidential information. So as consumers, we're not just working in the world of PCI; we're consumers too at home. We use business information and we share it all the time. And I want to know it's protected when I put information. I know you do, and the laws have changed to protect it. There's international laws on privacy like GDPR,
Right.
Other state privacy rules, right?
Yeah,
And
some states have
it's getting
them, some
better.
don't.
It's getting better. It's getting a lot better now. So we're moving in the right direction. We're not there yet, for sure.
So here's another question I always had. So whether you want to call them arbitrary or not, we had these thresholds that made you a level 1 or a level 2. And some companies, if they were smart enough, were able to skirt.
Yeah.
Right? I did a couple of transactions with this processor, but I had another processor.
Sure. Kept me under 6 mil. Yeah, sure.
Keep me under that level 1. How do you...
So at the end of the day, it's this, because I'll tell you, so even something that's under the threshold that requires a report on compliance audit, if you care about your business and the consumers that you serve, you want to be secure. The security in this compliance. We can check boxes all day long. I can be compliant, but am I secure? And the answer is probably no if I'm just cutting the corners, going to bare minimum. So take that risk-based approach we talked about earlier. Look at all the risks in your business. Where is my confidential information at rest and in motion in the network or logical world, and then in the physical environment? In my offices, do I have any hard copies? Do I have any servers or systems? Where's my cloud providers I'm utilizing, right? And when you look at it that way and you map the flow, it becomes a little easier. And you shrink that footprint. That's the first approach. Is like, do I even need that data? If I don't, let's shrink it down, and then I have a better chance at controlling and minimizing my risk. That just makes good sense.
I think it does. I think where the disconnect came in is, and I'm not saying you, but for a lot of companies, the thought of calling in the QSA and going through that process was A, expensive, B, really time consuming, and C, was going to really upset the apple cart in terms of the way I do things.
Yeah,
and they tried to avoid. No, of course you see. That's what people try to do. They avoid.
It's like anything, though, right? You look at this, different things that happen to an environment. That these hurricanes, God bless these people, but
we live in Florida. You don't have to tell me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my heart goes out, but I'll tell you, people put up protections after the fact. Sadly, you know what I mean. Let's be proactive.
That's what gets religion.
I know. Let's be proactive. Let's look at these things before and try to anticipate, try to risk assess, try to get in front of as much as we can. We're not going to see everything, but if we make that effort, right?
You know, when I started my first security company in 2001, venture-backed company, within a year I learned that my best customer was someone who had a breach.
Yeah, sadly.
Because now they got religion and they were into buying things.
You are right. You are right.
And I came up with the idea of letting some of the hackers in our company, maybe we go breach some people. We won't make anything public. We'll just call them and say, hey, got your customer list, man. Maybe you should do something. You wind up in jail doing that. You can't do that.
I was going to red flag. There's a red flag over here. I got to be honest with you.
But that'd be a real red flag. But that's kind of the paradox of the security industry.
It really
that's
is.
what it takes.
It's sadly that's
and
what it takes.
And you know it. You live this
for sure. But I was saying before, even if you're below it, if I'm making a business decision, and I recommend this when I talk with clients about when they choose, they have a choice, right? Service providers, maybe two are almost the same. One, even though they're below the threshold, right? Less than 6 million. They don't need a rock. They can get away with a self-assessment. And you have one that did self-assessment, you had one that did the audit. Who are you going with?
Absolutely.
All day long.
But part of that is you remember that commercial, Cy Sims, an educated consumer was our best customer.
Yeah.
Part of that is educating the consumers to say, hey, make sure your merchant has a rock.
For sure. And I tell you, we do a lot of work with privacy too, and I'll tell you what about that. When you see about identity theft, way back when people first heard about it, like, what is that? Mm-hmm. And you see, but now the world is more educated. People understand now, because people have lost their identity, and it was criminal in the sense that they were use it for not just money, but they also use it to commit crimes.
It ruined
and you could be arrested.
People. Yeah,
so
it ruined people.
And law enforcement didn't have enough education themselves. They were behind the 8 ball.
Absolutely, so at least they didn't know what they were doing.
That's right. At least now the industry and the agencies rather that are involved are educated too, and they go, look, that's real. Let's see what we can do, and they'll investigate. So it's getting better. We got a long way to go. And then we know soon to get there. Hey, what's AI?
Then there's what's AI? There's AI stuff.
Come on.
That's a whole nother world, man. We talk about it every day.
Fun.
Anyway, hey Jerry, man, thank you so much. You're
you
a pleasure.
Have a resume on you?
Yeah. I'll get back into it just because I don't have enough to do here.
I could do this for another couple hours.
I'm sure you can, man.
Thank
CompassITC.com. Jerry Hughes here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We're live at Qualys QSC.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right,
that was fun.
Hey, that was a lot of fun, dude. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
I made a living for a long time.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back.
Hey everyone, we're back here live in San Diego for Qualys Security Conference, QSC 24 Americas. It's been a great 2 days. We're getting near the end here, wrapping up. We saved one of the best guys here for last. Dino DiMarino.
Yes, sir.
Originally from Ottawa, but now hailing out of Wesley, Massachusetts. Okay. What school's in Wesley?
You got, you've got Wellesley College.
Wellesley,
which is where Elizabeth Shue went, by the
Yes.
way. And Babson College, which I
You know,
think
they
is,
have their thing going on today, I think, AMD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Babson College, which is now one of the top, I think,
Is
10
the
colleges.
top
think you're
liberal
right.
arts, I know a kid who went there.
It's right
Yeah.
in my hometown now.
Very
Home-ish
cool.
town.
Yeah, all right, happening. So Dino is the Chief Revenue Officer for Qualys, correct?
That's right, yeah.
You know what? So people are going to say, a sales guy, I'm shutting it down. But there's a lot of sales guys who have a lot of tech chops.
Yeah.
Tell us about your
Especially
chops.
here.
Yep.
Yeah, if you think about my chops, I'll explain more importantly my team's chops. So we have a pretty unique go-to-market model here. We do have folks that are in business development and sales, but probably over half of my team are ex-practitioners, ex-solution engineers, ex-solution architects, in some cases implementation folks. So the ethos of the company has always been to drive as much value for our customers as we can. We're a profitable organization, and so by proxy, we've had to make some trade-offs as to where we want to invest, and we've sort of really valued the technical aptitude of our sellers so that they can provide as much value to customers as we can, make sure that the technology is well adopted, utilized, et cetera.
Sure. So we actually interviewed, is it Kevin O'Keefe?
Yeah. So he's an extension of our team.
Ex-practitioner.
You got it.
Right? He was a customer.
Yep.
And that's how he came on board here. And we had a really good chat with him about the VMDR and stuff like that. So if that represents,
That's
I
a
guess,
great example of it.
what
Yep.
you got.
Yep, 100%. And for me, I think I like to think part of the reason Sumedh, our CEO, hired me is an appreciation for the category, which is cyber, the problem space that we're trying to solve, and the technology that we're building, evolving every single day, right? A lot of which we talked about the last couple of days at QSC.
Talk to me a little bit about your background before Qualys.
Sure. Yeah, so I've been in cyber for 15 years now. Started my career at Dell, then moved to a company called EMC, again out of Massachusetts.
Before Dell bought them, or
before
after?
Dell bought them, that's right.
That's how you wound up in Mass.
Yeah, and then
Hopkinton.
That's right.
I've been there.
And then I ended up sort of moving divisions into RSA's security division, which is part of EMC. And was running Canada, and then had a bunch of different management roles, moved to the US in 2013, and then worked for a company called Mimecast, so a mid-market email security company. Sneak, which is one of the world's
I know them very well too.
AppSec companies.
Sure. Well, we're DevOps.com, so we
absolutely
obviously cover Sneak quite a bit.
Yeah, a lot of similarity in what we're trying to do with Enterprise True Risk and what Sneak is trying to do as it relates to developer security. And then I've been at Qualys about 18 months now, so it's been a great journey.
Very cool. Excellent. Well, Qualys, look, as someone who's been in the security industry 30 years, right? Qualys represents sort of a unique play in security, right? They're one of the foundational players in the vulnerability space.
Yep.
But they've made a really great transition to vulnerability plus, if you will, right?
Yep.
Agents, endpoints, all different AppSec kind of stuff, risk.
Yep.
And if you ask me what's the one word to describe this year's QSC, it's risk.
Amen.
So let's talk about that. How does that translate to you talking and your team talking to customers, trying to change the conversation, saying, hey, your board doesn't care about how many critical vulnerabilities you have or how many patches you did, or they want to know dollars and cents.
Yep.
What's my risk?
And
how do you sell that?
I think we do sort of acknowledge that first of all, vulnerability management is and will be a key pillar to anyone's program, right? But ultimately, it's an operationally centric technical issue.
It sits down here.
Yes, non-strategic. Yeah. And a board, boards are probably aware of vulnerability management and sort of the high-level concepts of it, but they're much more in tune with risk, right?
I'll tell you something. It's still a secure company I had started back in early 2000s. We had a vulnerability management tool called VAM, Vulnerability Assessment and Management. After talking to a lot of our customers internally, we called it the bad news generator.
Yeah.
Because that's what it was.
Yes.
We would scan these things and say, hey, good news. Here's 2 million.
More findings.
Right, here's 2 million vulnerabilities. Get busy.
Yeah.
people, the board didn't really appreciate that.
Yeah, and I think they want to know ultimately, because I sit in our board meetings, right? Are we getting more secure, and do we have less risk than we did a quarter ago, or are we moving in a different direction? Has something changed that's material that we should talk about, or are we simply getting better visibility and still now need to sort of burn down that?
And
that
you really
risk
want
stack?
me to authorize you to increase your budget by 20%?
That's been a huge change, I'd say, since COVID has wound down. Is budgets we estimate, and we've got IDC and others sort of validating. They're only going up, but inflation maybe plus 3 to 5%. So the number of toys that our various competitors and peers can sort of sell to a CISO are going to come under much more constraints. So quantification of risk is going to be, we think, the absolute game changer, not just for Qualys, but for CISOs.
No, I think that's where the industry has to go. Well, and you just hit on something that really, look, I've been around for the rise of the CISO. You have too, 15 years, right? The average CISO life expectancy was about 18 months.
Almost as bad as the CRO, yeah.
Well, not quite as bad as the CRO. I could tell you stories about CROs, man. Oh, man. But anyway, but no, seriously, the CISO, he come in, he either architect the stack, the security stack, and they say, thanks very much, you can now be a security admin, or you can hit the road. But I'm not paying you as a C-level. Or he could learn to talk business talk. And the problem was, even if he learned to talk business talk, he couldn't translate. There was no Rosetta Stone to translate security to business talk.
And here's what I think. I think meeting with all of our customers and prospects and partners this week, CISOs have been asking for what we call enterprise true risk management. They just didn't know we were going to call it that for years. Like, to their credit, they knew what the problem was, at least the more forward-leaning ones. It's just the technical capability to deliver it has been a pretty difficult task. And so the fact we've been able to join what we're driving with ETM around the various technical components to sort of aggregate the telemetry you need to now actually have a business conversation. Not a new concept, but as I like to tell people, it's easy in principle, hard to execute. And so we're pretty proud of the fact that we're able to bring these pieces together.
I'll tell you something, Dino, maybe 8 years ago, 10 years ago, I did a panel at RSA, I moderated. It was how to talk to your board about security. And I had a couple of analysts, and I had a couple of CISOs. I think there were 4 people on there, so maybe 3 and 1, 3 CISOs and an analyst. And the consensus was they were advocating dumbing down. Look, the board's never going to understand what we got to tell them. We got to dumb it down. So we just tell them things are very good or very bad. It's red, it's green, it's yellow. I got a dashboard for you. And you know what? That went over like a Led Zeppelin, right? I mean, the board that didn't translate to them. They didn't have a translation tool that allowed them to translate security risk to dollars and cents risk. And I think that's the golden key here.
100%. And being able to then acknowledge that while reputational risk is always something that should be top of mind,
and you can't put it's hard to put dollars on it.
But you can now start to understand the operational risk cost, et cetera, and then you spend your time on the things that are maybe more qualitative versus quantitative. But up until now, people have just been trying to stitch together just
I'm telling you, the red, yellow, green kind of nonsense. And
it just gets overly abstracted, I guess, is the challenge.
It's dumbed down, and people on boards are not dumb. They may not be security experts, but they're smart people, and if you talk their language to them, and that, look, I will tell you, I've managed a few sales teams in security in my day. It's hard finding people who could talk that language to them as well, right? And I'm happy to talk to you about this, right? So you go into your average organization, you got your technical champion, you've got your business champion, and then you've got your kind of financial stakeholder, the guy who signs a check, right? Sometimes 2 could be 1, but those are the 3 personas. When you're talking selling risk, like this new product, who are you selling that to?
Well, I think ultimately I'm a big proponent of you've got to sell at all levels. So I don't think it changes the fact that we need to have what I'll say some level of connective tissue and belief from the technical folks that we can help them with their day-to-day operations. I think what this does is open up the opportunity to get higher in an organization and have a value-add discussion versus
So it
one about
allows you to
feature
come top
functions.
down versus bottom up.
And you have now the ability to do both, I think.
Mhm.
I think the persona you mentioned that's going to be a bit unique for us now, the term CFO has never been thrown around more at a QSC or any conference I've been at than this one. And we have partners saying we actually think, especially in mid-market, that we can start to have roundtable discussions or even one-to-one discussions with not only CISOs, but their counterparts in finance to help them sort of bridge that gap between the financial side of the house and then the cyber risk side of the house. So we're excited about that opportunity.
Absolutely. So how old I am, this whole thing has come full circle. When I first got into security, security was not part of IT.
It was part of finance.
It was part of the CFO. That's
Yeah,
who
yeah.
we always used to sell to, and it was hard to sell to them.
Yeah.
Because they certainly
I wouldn't
didn't
want to sell to
understand
our
security.
CFO. She's tough.
Yeah, well, they all are. I've never met one of who's a push. Well, that's not true. I don't even want to get into it. But anyway, it's a very different discussion, decision, and you're not going to sell them with bits and bytes.
Yep.
And speeds and feeds and all that stuff. You need to talk their language, what they understand, and it's dollars and cents.
Yep, absolutely. So that is definitely a change for us that, it's early days as far as not the technology now that that's released, but more how we're going to have that conversation.
Well,
So
that's
we're in
my
that-
next
that
question
learning.
to you. Does it scare you a little bit? Because in some ways you're doing the missionary role here. You know what they say about missionaries, right?
Yeah,
The
unfortunately.
cannibals eat you, and then some guy comes along and picks up the scraps, right? Because you machete through the jungle.
Yeah, the trailblazers.
Yeah.
I mean, are we nervous about it? I don't think so. I mean, I think Sumedh has had enough conversations as we've been getting ready for this launch, as have I and many of our product leaders that you interviewed this week. I think that the part that maybe keeps me up at night, it's another thing CISOs hate being asked, but I do actually I'm kept up at night on how do we disseminate this knowledge to our technical account managers, our account executives, so that they get comfortable with it. Because I think if we do, we'll actually create enough separation and value from potential competitors where we won't be eaten. But I think you're right. If we don't execute on that part, which is on my shoulders to do, then certainly that is a risk, no pun intended, with what we're
I
trying
get
to do
you.
here.
We could quantify that risk, though. Can't I'm
Yeah, we
only
can.
kidding.
My whole world is quant.
Yeah, I get it. But no,
Measure everything.
you know what? But here's the thing: it is a potential game changer, and opportunity knocks only a few times, and if you don't answer the door, you'll never win. So you got to put your one foot in front of the next and go for it,
Just
right?
keep going. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, man. I wish you the best of luck with it.
Thank you very much.
All right, Dino DiMartini, CRO. Dino DiMartino.
DiMarino.
DiMarino. Where did I get DiMartino? It's late in the day here in San Diego. It made a little rhyme even. Man,
all right.
Dino, thank you very much,
Yes,
man. I appreciate
pleasure.
you. All right, good luck with this. Keep us posted too, because this is going to be, RSA's next the end of April, May. We do our thing there every year. It's going to take, I think, that long to kind of see how this, washes out. I'd love to hear what you're hearing and seeing, and
I think
is
we
this
are.
changing
I
it?
think in a good way. I think we're a bit beyond incubation because we've been talking about this for a while. And like I said, customers have been asking for it. They don't always ask for certain capabilities that cybersecurity come out with. So I think you're right. I think by April we'll have some really good learnings, things that we're going to change, do differently, and double down on for sure.
Very cool.
Looking forward to it.
I'm going to get it right. Dino DiMarino.
Dino DiMarino.
Dino, what did I say? I feel like I'm in California and God knows what they've given me my food here. All right, man.
Very nice.
Dino, man, thank you.
To meet you. Talk soon.
All righty, we're out. We have at least one or two more, yes?
Two more, yes.
Okay, stay tuned. You're watching Techstrong TV. I'm having a tough time with names today.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future.
everyone. We're back here. We've got just coming to the end of our Qualys Security Conference coverage here this year in San Diego. It's been a great 2 days. Our next guest is Anu Kapel.
Yes.
Got it right?
Yeah.
Okay. Anu is with Qualys, but Anu, tell us a little bit about your current position at Qualys and maybe a little bit about yourself, your history.
Yeah. So I work in Qualys. I'm the Senior Product Manager for Policy Compliance. I have been with Qualys for over 8 years. I've worked in engineering roles and eventually I transformed to product side. Compliance is my passion, I would say. I have worked in compliance for almost 8-9 years now in Qualys. And being the product manager for compliance, I get this opportunity to interact with customers, understand their pain point, and ensure what innovations or what capabilities can we bring in the product so that their use cases are sufficed and the product is used by customers and they are happy with it. So yes, I have an engineering background and I'm learning cybersecurity each and every day as it's evolving and changing.
And you know, that's an important thing. We were just talking to Dino DiMarino.
Yes.
The Chief Revenue Officer about, you know, how he's, not only him, but the whole team has had to kind of relearn how to talk about things like risk and compliance. And because security is changing, it's not static.
Yeah.
Right? Talking earlier to Jerry Hughes from one of your partners, Compass, about changes in PCI. You know, that's some big changes coming through. You just presented here, though, on the stage. If you don't mind, tell our audience a little bit about what you presented about.
So today my talk was around how you can be audit ready from spreadsheets and be continuously audit ready. We all know as soon as we hear audits, it's more like a fire drill. Everything is in a sense of urgency. Everything has to be done right now, right there. But we don't have to wait for audits. We can be continuously audit ready with Qualys Policy Compliance. And compliance is no more a checkbox. Gone are those days. Compliance is more of a business enabler because if an organization fail an audit, it's the business risk. Business operations could come to a standstill. It's threatening to an enterprise. So they need to be continuously audit ready. And it's not like when you have an audit, then you get all your documents, do it in a manual way. It's a lot of cost, time, effort to organizations. So basically they need a tool which helps them being audit ready continuously all the time so they are not surprised. They don't have to go out, look for more siloed processes, solutions, spreadsheet, and move to a more automated, streamlined solutions and have those comprehensive reports ready, which can be given to the auditors at any time they ask for it.
You know, I've always believed that if you do security well, you will be compliant, right? Because I've never met a compliance regulation that wasn't in line with best practices for security.
Yep.
And so if you do your security well, you'll be compliant. And if you do your security well and you're compliant, you shouldn't worry too much about an audit because you know, when you do it right, it all lines up correctly. Sounds good in practice, right? Doesn't always work that way. So it is important to have something that helps you automate that. I will tell you as the CEO here at Techstrong, you know, we're not big enough to really go through a huge audit per se, but what happens is a lot of our vendors, a lot of our sponsors are. And so they send us their third-party compliance, and it's like an audit kind of thing where you got to show them proof of your compliance, of your policies, of your, you know, everything. And we don't have anything like Qualys compliance audit. And it is such a major lift in our organization. I feel bad because I don't fill it out, though I'm probably the best one to fill it out. I know it well. But I pass it off to a guy on our team named Greg Yarnold, and this poor guy, he has to pour through the spreadsheets and the instructions and get all this information. And it takes, for us sometimes it takes weeks to really gather it. It is, I don't know why we haven't gotten a solution like yours yet, to tell you the truth, because it would make my life easier.
That's true.
You know, because like I said, we're not that big. It shouldn't be that big a problem. And we do decent. Fact of the matter is, us, like many companies, we outsource, we SaaS everything.
Yep.
So 99.9% of what we have is not even, it's not us, right? Our data is stored there, but so what we have found that the right thing to do is write to your third party, write to the HubSpots that we use and the hosts that we use and so forth. And they have to show their compliance because they're the ones who are doing it. But this is a major pain for, I think it's a major pain for small companies. I think it's a bigger pain for bigger companies though too.
Yeah, it is. It's like you said, security and compliance blend in together. They are kind of the sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
It has to go in parallel. I know with more and more cybersecurity attacks, the more budgets are moving towards risk, but compliance, it's important. You cannot just wake up and think you need to be audit ready. And it's not just the technical part of it. There's always this compliance documentation, like I spoke in my talk. Usually for bigger enterprises, it takes around 22,000 man hours for just compliance documentation. That's like 30 to 40% of the framework requirements. And then mapping it, it's a challenge from start to end. So you do need an automated continuous.
22,000 man hours?
Yeah, that's for the Deloitte survey, yes.
It's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. Here's the good news. We're getting more compliance stuff that will need audit, right? The EU put in this DORA. I'm sure you're familiar, right? And that's coming out. They also passed a new AI compliance thing. There's rumors that the Congress may actually get off up their butts and do something on a federal level. We have all these state ones now. It's increasingly.
Yes. So the compliance complexities are evolving. They are getting added day by day, year by year. It's so complex that to keep up to that, if you're doing it manually, there's always a scope for human errors, and it's complex. You might fail an audit, or the auditor might ask for more reports. There's back and forth, and a lot of man hours cost in terms of that. So you do need an automated solution that makes your life easier, rather than doing it manually with all these siloed tools, processes, Excel sheet. That eventually is a lot of work and might not even get you a passed audit.
No. So we're in the spreadsheet. Someone once told me, if your biggest competitor is a spreadsheet, you got a good business.
That might be true.
Yeah, I think it is. And you know what? What we use now is a spreadsheet, unfortunately. And it's hard. Let me ask you a question, though. How do you... best practices are best practices, I guess. But how do you... do you have pre-done templates for every single compliance?
Yeah, we do.
Virtually every compliance regulation?
Yeah. So with policy compliance, Qualys policy compliance, we provide these audit-ready mandates, templates for security assessment questionnaires for all these mandates like NIST, CIS standards, PCI, DORA, whatever the new AI mandates are coming in. So you just have these audit-ready templates. You just need to fill in. We have done the hard work of mapping the requirements to controls. You just fill the form and generate the reports, and we do all the mapping. And the report is just as it is. It's a beautiful report that auditors love to see it, instead of the spreadsheets where they have to drag and back and forth is involved. So these out-of-the-box policies, templates, and framework mapped makes the job really easier for customers to use the solution and generate those reports for auditors and be audit ready at all the times.
I love it. I don't know if you can talk about this or not, but how is it priced based on how big the organization is, how much audits you need? How do you price something like if I wanted to buy it, what is it going to cost me?
Well, it depends. There are SME, SMB, enterprise packages.
Okay, that's what I mean. So there's different levels.
Yes.
Depending how big your organization is.
Correct, yeah. We have different packages, licensing based. You're going to use hybrid sensors or scanners, agents. We get the data from everywhere with the hybrid sensors and connectors.
So it does everything then. It does your vulnerability scans, everything like a VMDR does almost.
Yes, yeah.
And so is this a module within VMDR, or is it standalone?
It's a standalone module. but we have a tight integration with VMDR, like the true risk. Now,
Yes.
the data for policy compliance misconfiguration goes into the true risk. So it will show you what your true risk score should be up or down with the misconfigurations data that is coming in. Like I mentioned, that your SMB port might be open, that might lead to WannaCry ransomware. And those misconfiguration might be missed if the data from policy compliance was not coming in. So it provides a real visibility of what your risk exposure is so that you could remediate that.
I love it. For people who maybe want to get more information, where can they go?
They can just subscribe to, come to Qualys.com and start the trial for policy compliance with a free 30-day trial.
Free 30-day trial too. What more could you ask for? Thank you so much for coming on. I know you came literally right off the stage. They were running late, so I appreciate you running on here. Best of luck, and we'll keep it posted. We'll keep us posted on this.
All right, thank you.
All righty. All right, we've got one more video to do here, one more interview to do from QSC this year. It'll be up in just a minute. You're watching Techstrong TV.
In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day to day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day to day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
Real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day-to-day without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team is really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology, we have the opportunity to build security into the cloud.
Today, almost every business is becoming a digital business. It is creating a financial inclusion that is based on empowerment that is digital. And so we have to think in that context when we talk about cybersecurity.
Securing the cloud and beyond, one innovation at a time.
The real question here is, who do we trust? We trust things that we know. So the question is, how many of you know your assets?
Now, 25 years later, we celebrate a legacy of innovation, dedication, and leadership.
Today, everything is becoming important and critical. And so the issue is that if everything is critical, then the IT team's really not taking you seriously.
We vow to continue to measure, communicate, and eliminate risk wherever it is found. Here's to the next 25 years of shaping the future. In 1999, Qualys was founded with a single mission: to innovate in the cybersecurity space and protect businesses worldwide. From that first step, we never looked back. As the world changed, so did we.
It is impossible for you to go through your day today without using a product that's secure by Qualys.
Adapting, growing, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
I really believe that now with this cloud technology,
Hey everyone, we're back here in San Diego. It has been an amazing 2 days. I think we've done, 30-something interviews in 2 days. We've brought you this QSC conference from every angle I think we can. We've got our last two guests here with you. Let me introduce you to Lavish Jaham, Simon Gazer.
Well done.
Yours was, I'll be honest, was a little easier for me, but I got it, Simon. Guys, let me have you introduce yourselves. Lavish, tell us first about you.
Okay. So I'm Lavish Cham, and I'm Senior Product Manager for Qualys Compliance Solutions. I handle the products, compliance products mostly, like file integrity monitoring, policy compliance. And there's one more remediation product that I work on, that is custom assessment and remediation, that allows you to create custom scripts in any scripting language you want and create custom QIDs out of it. Since it's linked with the complete Qualys platform, you can create the custom QIDs, the detection QIDs, etc., and take your mitigation and custom mitigation and response actions as well.
Excellent. Simon, how about you?
Yes, I'm Simon Gazer, as you said before. I'm Cyber Threat Vulnerability Management Specialist. Sounds a bit long, but that's what it is. I work for Transurban in Australia, or Melbourne, Australia.
I love Melbourne.
Good. I've been there 2 years, but I've been about 8 years in cyber security in total. I trained originally as an engineer and worked in schools looking after computers for a bit, and then banking, and then some utilities, and then education, and ended up in Transurban a couple of years ago.
So, for our audience maybe who's not familiar with Transurban, what kind of business is it?
So we're in roads tolling, and you may know us in Virginia as Express Lanes, or in Canada as A25.
Okay.
Or in Australia as Link T. Yeah.
So in Florida, it's SunPass. I don't know if that's one of yours.
No, I don't think that's us. No.
Okay,
probably like it to be.
It doesn't work good anyway.
Okay. Well, it's probably not us then.
No, it's definitely not you.
Yeah.
In New York, there's Easy Pass though.
Oh, okay.
That's a good one you'd want to be though.
Oh, right. Well, thank you.
They get a lot. They get a lot of money. In New York, it's crazy. It's like $20, $25 to go over a bridge there. It's a lucrative business. So being where you are, though, I could obviously see that security might be a little bit important to you guys.
Absolutely. absolutely, and ever increasingly important in this day and age, right? So,
Sure
yes,
is.
Yeah.
You guys literally, we just dragged you in off the stage. You just finished presenting here. Tell us what you presented on.
So I presented file integrity monitoring and how it helps you to achieve your compliance, especially, I mean, the compliance measures are changing day by day. So earlier it was PCI 3.2.1, now it's suddenly PCI 4.0 is effective, and from next year, March, only PCI 4.0 reports will be considered. So the customers are really worried, like those who use FIM solutions are worried that what all new changes are there, what are restructure requirements are there, and do we comply to those or not. So today I just gave them a talk on a solution, our Qualys FIM solution that keeps you audit ready for any requirement that comes up new, because we keep on updating the solution every release.
We actually spoke to, I think it's Anu.
Yeah.
Who is also.
Yeah, she's policy compliance, configuration management.
We spoke about this with her. Simon, what about you? Would you?
So I also spoke on file integrity monitoring, which is close to Lavish's heart, of course, right?
He gets passionate about it.
He's very passionate about it. Absolutely, yeah. So we also need file integrity monitoring for PCI DSS 4.0. With its noise reduction, as you talked about, and other things as well. We've been using it for 2 years or so.
Have you?
But we also needed to replace some older software from another vendor that had vulnerabilities, was end of life, and then by replacing that, we were able to utilise our existing Qualys agents that we already had on servers and just turn on file integrity monitoring and strengthen our relationship with Qualys. So. They're good. They're good guys and girls. So, yeah. So
it's a win-win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win. So that's one thing I talked about, and the success journey there, but also re-rating our vulnerabilities using the Qualys detection score, where we've been using CVSS for a very long time.
You and everyone else.
So it's been available since 2012.
I know.
QDS since 2022. The beauty about QDS is everything from like 90 to 100 is CISA exploitable. So we can pretty much use the QDS ratings with some business criticality to prioritise the QDS score, and then further prioritise it if it's PCI.
Right.
And then if it's internal, rate it lower. Otherwise, leave it rated slightly higher for external. And then we reduced our high criticals from 65 to 23%. Wow.
So that's something security people.
Yeah.
We've had this discussion here the last 2 days. So I've been in security 30 years.
Oh, sure, right.
And I remember when CVSS came out. Yeah. And that was a big improvement over what came before it. But at the end of the day, it's hard to rate vulnerabilities across the board because it really depends on what's your network like, what's important to you, and what kind of controls do you have in place. So we've known for a long time that CVSS scores are kind of a bogus way of and then the flip side of it also is the poor CISO before he got shot would go up to the board and say, well, we've got 65,000 high critical, 32,000 critical, and 22,000 medium. That meant nothing. No,
that's right.
Because what does that mean money-wise?
Yeah, that's
what's
right.
my risk? Really, what's my risk? And so the new QVE came out in 2022.
QDS,
2022. It tried to give a little bit more reality-based risk. I love the true risk stuff that takes it, I think, to the next.
Risk
it's the same. Yeah, it's exactly the same. Yeah.
But now he's starting to put dollars and cents.
Yeah, well,
because that's the business language.
Exactly.
Execs understand.
Yeah, and you would have heard this weekend that if everything's critical, then in reality
nothing's critical.
Right.
That's always the way it is.
Yeah, and so that was the way.
That was another problem.
That was the way it was at Transurban, right? And remediation teams would be losing faith in security teams constantly crying out, saying, you must do this, you must do this. With only 23% now, it's much more achievable. And we focus on what's important.
Progress, right? Look, when I first started doing vulnerability management in 2003. It was job security, right? Because back then you didn't even scan pre-deployment. You only scanned once a year after, and then they would deliver a telephone book to you. And if you started on your vulnerability, it was impossible to prioritize. They were all, like you said, all critical. You started your vulnerabilities January 2nd. They gave you off for New Year's. So you'd come in January 2nd, and right the day before Christmas, you would finish, or you wouldn't even finish, but you'd be a whole year's cycle. Just in time for next year's book.
Yeah, it's not really just in time, is it?
No,
and it's
it
not
wasn't.
really agile, right?
No,
it's
but it was
more,
job security.
Job security.
I always got more vulnerabilities to work on, right?
Yeah, that's right.
It didn't really make you secure. It didn't really make vulnerabilities better. It was this game we played, right? And so we've come a long way. We've come a really long way. Talk about file integrity management for a second, right? I remember doing my PCI years, right? Scanning file integrity, diffs in files from day to day.
Crazy.
And did that really make a difference?
Oh, now
Back
it's totally different. It's totally different now. So earlier, as you mentioned, it was just taking the diffs, right, and showing.
You ran a diff report.
Yeah, and it was scan based. So let's say you take it weekly, right? You take a diff weekly, but what happens between those 7 days is unknown to everyone. Now with the advancement in FIM solutions like we have with Qualys FIM, it's more of a real-time FIM solutions. Anytime the change is made, you get the diff on the console stating that which user made it, what process was responsible, what was the timestamp, and it runs 24/7. Right.
Yeah.
So
that and
that is
so that was always the concept behind PCI, right? That you would have this continuous monitoring, not point in time. And that it's not just PCI. It's a good way to think about security in general. You need continuous security, not point in time security reports or checks. So Simon, you're a Qualys customer using the continuous compliance?
Yeah, it's file integrity monitoring, and we also use the PCI portal for our external attestation quarterly.
Well, you considered a level 2, level 1?
I'm not sure.
And that is for level 1, level 2 is for configuration management, but he's talking about the external vulnerability scanning by attested
from what you
vendor.
look like from an external piece. I'm sorry. Wrong product.
Well,
I thought they were helping you fill out your.
We do both. We have to do everything. We do have to do everything, right? We do the external and the file integrity monitoring. Yeah.
What do you think about the announcements this week around the risk piece, True Risk? What? Game changer or no?
Well, the things that I'm most loving and excited about is the enhanced integration of the Qualys Cloud Platform with third-party providers like Windows Defender, Rapid7. Basically, I feel like it's a game changer for Qualys.
I think it's a game changer for the industry. It makes your life better, easier.
Well, like people have been trying to do it all themselves, like with a threat intelligence tip for a long, long time, right? I will be able to go back to Australia and share this good news story with my manager, because we were actually been considering for the last 2 years trying to do a threat intelligence tip ourselves.
It's a big job.
Yeah, and so this is a reasonable option to us now, and the other thing too is for our desktops where architecture teams aren't so keen for us to deploy Qualys agents. We were looking at ways to integrate Defender vulnerabilities into ServiceNow. So now we can turn on integration between Windows Defender and Qualys Cloud. We can enhance it with
the ServiceNow integration built in.
But the thing is, we were going to insist that we enhance the CVSS scores with the QDS score as part of the custom integration within ServiceNow. Now we can do it in Qualys. And we can use the existing integration between Qualys and ServiceNow to bring it in. So that's making our life a lot easier.
It's a game changer for you, making your life easier. I agree with you, man.
Absolutely
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Guys, the sun's in my eyes here. That means it's time to get out of here.
Sure.
Simon, I know both of you came right off the stage. Thank
Sure.
you. Thank you
so much.
No worries.
That's going to wrap up our Qualys 24, Qualys Security Conference, QSC here. A little sad about that. We've had a good 2 days, but you know what? If you missed any of our coverage, we're going to be replaying it next week on Techstrong TV, so you can check it out there. It'll also be available on demand. Give us a few days to get all these edited and up there. If you caught this live, I hope you enjoyed it. But for now, that's a wrap on QSC 2024. I'm Alan Schimmel for Techstrong TV. Have a great day.